Well. We're here. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I just bum rushed through my meal, my first meal of the day. It is 5:36 p.m. I really need to do something about my eating schedule and probably my sleep schedule. I think I went to sleep at like 4 or 5 a.m. It is what it is. Welcome, guys. Oh, yes, my cat is actually on time. I am not on time, but my cat has arrived. Hello, Nala. Yes, good girl. Very, very good girl, Nala. Yeah. Very, very good girl. Okay, anyways. Hey, what's up, Kevin? Squad. Yes. Oh, yeah, it's a good one. Yobel P. Squad W. This should work, right? Boom. Kevin, you are the first one to say something in the chat. So, as we do, I'm going to give you, I will bestow upon the, I believe, I forget what number we actually landed on. I think it was 300 PPs. So, we're going to go, oh, wait. I also need to reset the PPs. We were saying something about, oh, shoot. There's so much I didn't have time to do today. Okay, give me a second here. Give me a second. So, Kevin, welcome. And welcome, everyone. So, we're on day 45 of our streaming journey. We haven't missed a day. How amazing is that? And so, as part of that journey, we've been doing a lot when it comes to video editing, photo editing. We've had a lot of fun with AI. Christ. I need to, like... I have a tendency of eating spicy food. I add spices to everything, kimchi to everything. And since I did just shovel all this food right before the start of the stream, at times the spice gets to me, right? Clearing the sinuses, clearing my throat, all that. So I apologize. That's kind of what you're going to hear from me a little bit. I'll try my best to mute the microphone whenever I have to clear my throat and be disgusting. But, oh, I missed it there. 1 second. All right, maybe I should just gargle with some sparkling water. Hello, guys. We are back. One thing I was watching my VOD, and I feel like the music is a little too quiet for you guys. So, for instance, here, this background music that we got going. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out what's the right mix of having the music in the background without it being overwhelming with my voice. So... let me see if this works. This might be a little too loud though, right? So let me drop it down a peg. Okay. Now I did mention we have a point system here, and I don't want to break the point system, but at the same time, I want to figure out a way to keep this gamified where people feel like they can interact with the chats, gain the PPs, the very, very rare PPs, which is our prize pixel point system. And if we get to a point where we don't reset the PPs every so often, I do have a fear. I say fear as if it's like actually that dangerous. I have a concern that some people will not want to participate because there's no chance in hell that they can catch up to whoever's at the top. So for example, BC has 70,000 PPs, right? He's at the very top of the leaderboard. Let's actually top. What is it? Do I just do, oh, sure, I forgot my commands. Let's type this in. Okay, let's see. Top. Okay, exclamation mark, top. Kevin says he's just better at flipping coins. Listen, a skill is a skill is a skill, right? So I will never... A monkey can flip a coin, yes, but can a monkey flip a coin heads 5 times in a row? And Kevin, how's this audio level? Can you hear the music decently well? Or is it like so quiet that it's not even... there's no point in even playing it? I'm like trying to figure out the right balance. can't hear it? Okay, okay. 1 second. Let's play another song. And then maybe I just need to turn down my headphones volume so it's not blasting in my own ear. Because, like, to me, I can hear it quite well, but obviously I've got... Oh, wait. Okay, how is this audio level? Should I increase? Let's see if we go to 0. How is this? Too loud? How does this compete against my own voice is, I guess, maybe the key thing. Testing, testing, testing. A little lower? Okay. How's this? Testing, testing. How is the audio of myself compared to the audio of the soundtrack that's playing? Tad lower. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We shall. Okay. Continuing to test if this audio is decent compared to my voice. Blah, 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 blah. Here I am about to say something super important, and let's see if the soundtrack drowns me out. Blah, 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 blah. From what I can see on my end, it's showing that, I mean, yes, my voice is louder, and then this one is somewhere in like the minus 30 to 40 dBs. So I'm just going to assume I have to drop it slightly lower. Okay, just a smidge lower. Okay, I hear you. Thank you for troubleshooting with me in this morning. So let's say if I'm not talking, Kevin, can you hear the song pretty decently? Oh, and then it's good? Sweet. Thank you very much, Kevin. Okay. Now, let me talk to Ember real quick if it's working. It's been, ChatGPT was struggling yesterday. Let's see. Good morning, Ember. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. Let's dive right in whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, I'm ready now. I have a question. So I've started live streaming, and I've got this whole point system built into ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, into Streamlabs. And so people can collect these points. We call it, lovingly, we call it the PP system, the PPs, prize pixels, or PP for short. So people can collect these beautiful PPs depending on how much they're engaging in during the streams. So that could be through donations, chatting, just watching, all of it, right? So anyways, we're making it so people can gain the PPs, and then just for fun competition, they can gamble it during the chat with various commands. I can also give PPs based on certain actions. For instance, if you're the first person to say something in the chat when I start a stream, then it's like, oh, I can give you 300 PPs. Now, we've gotten to a point where there's one individual who in particular has gone off to the races and is way past the competition. So he has over 70,000 PPs, whereas the next person in line is right now standing at around 6,000 to 7,000 PPs. So I don't know if it makes sense for me to continue letting people just rack up the PPs so that they can hit, for instance, 1 million PPs, versus is there a way that I can reset the PPs, let's say every week, so then you can have a weekly competition on who would be the biggest PP of the week, and then I would promote them, or I would put them on my overlay during the streams. But then after the week is over, we reset the PPs, so then it's an even playing field each time. So that's my current thoughts. However, I also don't want to demotivate whoever has the most PPs from that feeling that they have collected so many PPs, and maybe they want to use the PPs to actually, you know, spend it, you know, burn through the PPs through different awards and such. So what's the best way I can balance between the two? My one thought was maybe I just have to keep track of everyone's overall PPs, and then just have like a database where even if the points resets every week, I have a tally of like their cumulative PPs. But that also sounds very complicated because it's not like the individuals themselves will know how many PPs they collected over time. So the system is not comprehensive enough to differentiate between the two models. So what do you think is a better model? Do I just let people collect PPs long term and we never reset the PPs? So essentially at some point, someone can run with it and end up with like 1 million PPs. Or is it better to reset it so that every week or whatever the time duration is, everyone has an equal chance to become the biggest PP of that time? Wow, that was really long.
Absolutely. I get what you're going for here. It's kind of like balancing a fun long-term progression with making sure nobody feels left out week by week. One model that a lot of streamers use is exactly what you're describing, a kind of seasonal or weekly reset. You let people compete to be the top PP earner of the week, and at the end of that period, you reset the leaderboard. That way, everyone gets a fair shot each new cycle, and it keeps the competition fresh. But to make sure you don't lose that sense of long-term achievement, you can absolutely keep a sort of Hall of Fame or cumulative tally behind the scenes. You don't have to constantly show it to everyone, but you can let them know you're tracking lifetime points as well. Maybe at the end of a few months, you can highlight the all-time PP leader, so those who have been dedicated for a long time still get that recognition. In other words, you get the best of both worlds. A weekly or monthly reset to keep things exciting for everyone, and a long-term scoreboard that...
Yo, Kevin. What about those points? Yes. Oh, where's the sound? Where's the freaking voice sound? Well, apologies, Kevin. I don't know why I didn't hear the sound. What about those points? Yes. Okay, let's take care of this now. All right. Is it because... Oh, yes, that's what it is. Yeah, I think there might be like a cap to when the voice kicks in. I forget what that cap is. It was whatever the default settings were, I think. But the first thing I need to do is let me take a screenshot of everyone's existing PPs so that I can keep this in mind. Okay, so give me a second. Let's just track everyone's current PP amounts. Man, I don't know if I'll ever get tired of having to keep talking about this as PPs. Okay. Page 8. Yo, it's kind of cool to see. I have 9 pages of users who have collected PPs. That's cool. Now, it's not like everyone's been here for long periods of time, but it is nice to see people have hopped into the chat at times. Okay. We're now going to reset the loyalty database. Ooh. All right, let's do this. Reset loyalty database. Are you sure you want to reset? This action cannot be undone. Well, is there any other actions I can take? No, I think that's it. So we're going to go ahead and reset. Okay. So I've completely reset it, which means there's no more users in this list. So I think I thought it would just keep everyone's names and then just make it set to 0. But it looks like all I've done is delete everyone from the loyalty system. So hopefully that's not a big deal. Hopefully it's fine. Kevin, do you mind chatting saying something in the chat? Because your name has also been deleted from my settings. Yeah, this might not have been the best solution. Let's see. Okay, let me refresh. Does Kevin's name pop up here? It does not. So maybe it takes some time. So, Edora Park. Can I search for it? Okay. Right now, there's nothing happening. So, Kevin, give it a minute. We will give you 500 PPs to start. All right? Because of what I owed you. Plus that bit testing. And also for troubleshooting today. And then, last thing, let me just do real quick. Wow, what a fun stream, guys. We haven't even done any photo or video editing. All we're doing is watching me struggle through how to be a streamer. Amazing, amazing. Now I wanted to edit the ticker. And we got to change the name to BC. Oh, shoot. What's his full name? Because now it's all deleted from my system. It's like BC Connolly. Oh my god. BC. B Connolly photo. That's what it is. Okay. In the meantime, let me, because everything is slow today on my system. Let me hop over to DaVinci. Let's remind ourselves the progress we've made. Let's pause the music a bit. And let's play this out. So from here, let's see how it looks. Okay, so I believe now it's updated. Let's see. So biggest PP of the week should show as B Connolly photo, and then should be on the main screen as well. Let's see. Biggest PP of the week, B Connolly photo. There we go. All right. We fixed a few things, broke a few things, but that's just life, right? Kevin, you're asking, how's everything going? Everything is going very well. Thank you, thank you. We've been quite busy off stream, so I made use of the past couple days where we ended up doing like a shorter stream, around like 3 to 4 hours, I think we did. Kevin, yes, right now you're at 0 PPs, and the thing that I broke maybe is that I reset the loyalty database, which then removed everyone's username, so I can't even find you on a list to even add points. So I think I just have to wait until you guys accumulate even 1 point, at which point I can then add points. Jesus. But yes, things are going well. Kevin, you'll also notice your name shows up on the thing here. So I didn't know this, right? We were testing out different features of being a streamer, and there's this concept of a stream boss. And so last time we had set a goal, and we achieved that goal because of people donating bits, subscriptions, and all that. And I think, Kevin, you were the final person to do one of those actions that will knock the HP down, right? And so apparently, this might be common knowledge to people who are on like these streams more often. But anyways, I didn't know this is a thing. But yeah, so because I think you're the last person to knock the health of the stream boss to 0, it made you the new stream boss. So now you get your name popped up on there. And then for, I guess, every time someone donates money or does different actions, it'll keep dropping it. So that was a cool thing, right? I need to find a way to better describe what that is, though. So there's a lot of things we're testing out, right? So even this kind of function here, you can see right here, we tested this yesterday. So when you saw the whole starting soon video playing before I actually kick off the stream, it would show today's agenda. So every day before I start the stream, I do update this little thing on Canva. I export it, I put it into my OBS, and then we stream. So it's a lot of extra work that I put in just to start the stream, but it's fun. It's fun. Another thing I want to do though is maybe either on my Twitch and Kick and YouTube sites, or maybe even using that starting soon stream section. Maybe I just have things pop up that talk about like who I am, as well as maybe some of the things you can do in the chat. Yeah, so we might use that as a way, as like a running, it's like when you play a video game and something's buffering, like the map is buffering, and then you'll see a bunch of like looping hints or tutorials pop up, like if you press the X button while you jump, this thing will happen. It's like, okay, and then it'll switch off. So maybe we can do something similar to that if I can figure out how to do it. But yeah, so we're just like slowly learning how to be proper streamers. So that now we've got the PP set up properly, and we are ready to start editing. So to answer your question, things are going well. Now, there are some projects that I'm working on, which will mean in the coming days, not just yet, but in a few days, I may not be able to stream for some time because I will be working on a project that, unfortunately, but it's a project where I can't be at home. So I'll be out throughout most of that time. So there will be a spell of maybe about a week where you guys will not hear from me because I'll be on a project. So I don't know what I'll do during that time to keep you guys entertained. But at the very least, if you guys are on the Discord, you can keep following me there. I'll make sure to communicate as I do my project. But just as an FYI, we will have to unfortunately break our non-stop day-to-day streaming record of right now. What are we at? Day 45. So coming up, I don't know if we'll make it to day 50, where I will have to not stream for one of those days. Kevin, you said, what did you say you're doing? No, I haven't disclosed yet, but there's a project I'm working on which will take me away from home. So I was just saying that I'm not going to be able to stream for a number of days, maybe like up to a week or so, just because I'll be on site essentially doing a project. So yeah, I think even if I take the time off, we'll still keep with the numbering system. So it'll be like day 47, 8, 9, 50, whatever it is. Even if we miss a few days in between. How about that? Okay, anyways. Otherwise, I'm doing very well. We have all these new products, right? So Kevin, I don't know if you were here. Was it 2 days ago? We received our PMI Smoke Ninja Pro Hazer kit. So this is going to be something I'm going to use on my upcoming project. So I'm very, very excited. But yeah, it's a Hazer kit that Photo Elite in the chat had recommended. But essentially, I should be able to use this to create that nice haze effect when I'm filming something. So I'm quite excited. This is the Hazer. So basically, Kevin, I don't know if how familiar you are with these technologies. I'm not familiar at all. So we got our little vape machine thing. This guy here. So this is the base. And then this thing here, I got to cover my eyes so the focus doesn't go. So this thing here is the Hazer kit. So basically, once I pop this on here the right way, it should then take the liquid that you put into a canister inside of this little thing here. It should then suck it up to the little fan and then blow out the smoke in a very, very soft, hazy way. So I was introduced to this by Photo Elite. I forget, we were watching some video on YouTube, and I was remarking on how nice the lighting and everything looked in a certain shot. And so then Photo told me, like, yo, that might not actually be the natural lighting. That could have been an effect that the filmmaker did, where he might have introduced a bit of haze into the shot, and then either through the window with natural light, or they might have set up a separate key light, and then they just had the lights very warm and, shining through the haze to make it look like sunlight coming through a dusty window environment. So yeah, he was introducing me to like different techniques people do for that. And so then it got into this whole tangent about different smoke machines. And then ultimately I ended up pulling the trigger on this. Yes, it's basically a vape. Yeah, exactly. So it comes with Now, should I smoke this? Probably not, right? This cloud formula, that's what they call it. Maybe they mean it as like, hey, you put this in, you smoke it like a vape, and it'll take you up to the clouds. So we will not try that, though. We will not be irresponsible. But yeah, that was exciting. So it does mean, I think in the coming days, today, tomorrow, a few days in a row, I might have to stream a bit fewer hours, because there's a lot going behind the scenes that I need to focus on, especially for this upcoming project. Some of the work that I'm doing as well, including like the tours that I'm setting up. There's just a lot that I need to get done properly. So for instance, today we started about, what is it? Maybe like an hour or so late. We might do the same thing. So tomorrow, for instance, maybe instead of starting at 4 p.m. my time, we might do the same of like starting around 6 p.m. and then going until midnight or something like that. So we'll see. It's like I would like to stream longer hours every day. However, it's just right now in this next like month or so, it's just a bit hectic. So I will try my best then to be productive as I speak an hour later, not having touched this video. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and start editing. All right, so reminder, we've been working with Dehancer. So we've been using Dehancer across the entire beginning of our footage. We're probably not going to apply Dehancer throughout the clips just yet, because it does slow down the rendering. So I want to be able to see everything without it being slowed down. And then at the very end, we'll apply Dehancer to all the clips at the very end. But at least for the trailer, I wanted to just see how it looks. And so far it's been looking pretty nice. So as an example, we went through clip by clip, making things look very filmy. Let's see here. And actually it did a really good job of reenacting, if you will, the kind of LUT that I was using for episode 1, right? We had a very dark monochrome style, and we've been able to achieve that across all of these, while also adding in all of these kind of film emulation visuals, right? So like the graininess, the film damage that pops in and out, the halation and the bloom effects that we've learned about to kind of give a glowy look to it. So like this one, for instance, you can see the glowiness. So yeah, I think it's really cool. This one's a nice example of that. So we're now doing our darndest to make this episode 2 feel very much like a short film. So we've been going clip by clip throughout the trailer just to kind of fine tune. And I think the last one we ended up with was this one. So now let's continue from here. So for instance, we did the movie shots. Now here, let's just continue. All right. So like before, we're just going to start over from scratch. I'm going to create 2 different nodes. This second node will be the trick that we learned from that YouTube video. We're going to right click on it, go to gamma, select linear for the gamma. Then under the color wheels, I'm going to drop the luma mix to 0. And then using our little vector scope and switching over to this kind of circle color wheels, I'm going to go to the gain section, and then we're just going to like move it around until we kind of achieve a good white balance and good colors. So for instance, I'm just looking at the snow to see if I can make it look as white as possible, taking a look at myself to see if the skin tones look off. Now I'm not an expert on any of these things, so we are still in like learning mode. I will say one thing I'm trying to learn more about is the vector scope and the other kind of like color scopes that exist. So like I know people use the waveform. I still don't really know how to use the waveform properly. Histogram I'm more familiar with, but I think there are maybe better tools to actually map the lighting and the colors and all that. For now though, the vector scope, I do know it's supposed to be good for identifying skin tones. So let me also do the zoom. Oh, this is this 2x zoom. Okay, fine. All right, for example, I believe if I hover there we go. So if I hover my mouse cursor over my skin tone, it can show me where it is. And it's supposed to line up nicely with this like almost 45-degree angle line that's popping through. I say 45, whatever the right number is, but. And so I believe I'm supposed to technically get my skin tone to line up with that line. So something like this, even without looking at the visual, I'm just looking at here to see like, how do we get that lined up? And then I'm just dropping it down to get a little bit more on the cool side of things. Okay. Yeah, this looks fine. So let's say this is the correct color, the correct colors. Then we go to our next node, and this is where we're going to apply the Dehancer. So I just drag that in. And then I already put this as a comment. Let me jump to the comments actually. Dehancer review. I put this in the comment already that it would be nice if they would allow for different presets to occur when I first put on the Dehancer. Because right now it's always defaulting to certain decisions here. And if there's, for instance, a certain profile that I tend to like using for this film stock profiles or the print profiles or whatever, it would be nice if I could just have that as an easy way to set it up. So every time I drag it into a new node, it will just kind of replicate it. For instance, now, once I drag it in, this is what I see default, but I have to start with the input source and then actually switch it over to the correct source, which in this case, the way I usually film in my timelines, it's always in DaVinci wide gamut / intermediate. That's like the color space essentially. So we're putting this into the right color input. Then we have been playing around with the different film stock profiles. I think generally speaking, I have a list here of the ones that give a bit more of a dark monochrome look to it. So for example, this is the Fuji color. Oh, and then we go to our print profile. And usually we choose between the Fujifilm 3513 print film or the Kodak 2383 print film. I don't know what these words really mean. Okay, again, like I said, I have zero knowledge really in any of this stuff. It's just more like, what do I think looks good? This one kind of looks good, to be honest, but let's see. We'll just keep with this one for now. It doesn't really matter because obviously we're going to play around with it. So this is with the Fuji Color 100. Let's look at the Konica Minolta VX400 Super. Okay. And then let's look at the Konica Ultra Max 400. The Kodak Portra 800. Kodak Portra 400. Kodak Ektra. So it's a bit more on the cool side, but maybe if I mix it, this one's not bad. But then the other thing I need to do is like map it to the previous video clips to see if it looks off, you know, like I want it to feel consistent in terms of the colors. So for example, this one we use Kodak 2383 print film and Konica Minolta VX400. So let's see if we can mirror the same just for consistency. So I'm going to choose Konica Minolta, and then what did I say it was? Kodak 2383? Kodak 2383, okay. Thing is, I don't really like how this looks though, without having to do additional adjustments. This one looks better, so okay. So here's our compromise. We're gonna stick with the same Konica Minolta VX400 Super film stock profile, but then we're gonna change the print profile to this Kodak Endura glossy paper, which gives me a bit of a cooler tone to this, and it's a bit darker here, which I kind of like. So, all right, this is our new base. Let's see if we need to turn on the film developer. Honestly, I think it's fine. Film compression. Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Okay, and then the rest, I think we'll leave the colors as is. I'm just gonna turn on all the halation, bloom effects, and the film damage. Okay. Next one. Same thing. Let's create 2 nodes. This one, we're going to do the gamma linear luma mix to 0. And then let's just drag the gain wheel until we think it's kind of mapped up nicely. This one's a tough one to figure out because obviously it's like pretty blown out through the windshield. But I think this is fine. One other thing, because I almost forgot. Every day I like to keep opening up lens distortions and my other music platforms just to see if that new album has come out. Let's see, art list and epidemic sounds. Epidemic sound. Alright, let me minimize this. Oh, wow. Wait, I feel like this is new. I don't know if last time when I opened up lens distortions, it said that Netflix uses them. Netflix, Leica, HBO, DJI, Lamborghini. Okay, good on them. Listen, I mean, it's definitely powerful enough for them to use. Okay. But I wanted to check music. Oh, damn it. So it's still coming soon. I'm waiting with... Oh, wait. Is it out? Wait a second. Wait, are these out now? Hold on a minute. Okay, alright. Yo. Alright. I gotta take a pause on editing real quick because this is as good of a news as I could hope for. How should I do this? Give me a second, guys. I'll put this here, but I really want to download all of these songs now. Give me a second. This is under soundtracks, lens distortions, music, albums. Take the crown. Okay. Yo, I'm so excited. You guys don't understand, okay? I am a big fan, big fan of one second. I'm a very big fan of lens distortions. I find their music choice to be super cinematic, and it really just, it vibes well with the style that I tend to want to shoot in terms of storytelling. So they've said for the past like week or so that there's 2 albums coming out, 2 brand new albums, and there's only 1 song from each of these albums that they let you listen to in advance, just to give you a taste, you know, like the single. And yeah, apparently, even though it said coming soon, it looks like I can download all of them now. So that's what we're about to do. Let me start downloading these. No Ordinary Pursuit, that's the one we listened to already. Wait, is that true? Hold on, where'd it go? Oh wait, let me log in here. Oh my goodness. I'm like super giddy about this. That's hilarious. It's hilarious how excited I am about copyright-free music being released instead of like, oh, did you hear the latest Kendrick Lamar, this or that, or I don't know artist anymore. Sabrina Carpenter or Taylor Swift did something. What? For me, I'm like, yo, Lens Distortions just came out with a new cinematic album. Hells yeah. Okay, let me just start downloading things. We're gonna put this into audio, music, albums. Crown. Okay, you guys should start seeing things pop up here. Testing the limits. Okay, now it should be faster. Power play. I'm curious. So I have a feeling this soundtrack, because it's got this actor front and center, and I can't tell if the actor looks like one of those Formula One drivers or if it's like something that's supposed to represent a more sci-fi look of someone out in like on an alien planet doing something. So either way, it does look like this album should be fairly dramatic. I mean, it's called Take the Crown, you know? So Persona non grata, Unshaken, No One Wins. Okay, these song titles are very, very interesting. Which one did I just download? Okay. A song called Panic. And last one is called Vanguard. Alright, let me make sure I download all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Alrighty. And then we got one more album. One more album. Yo, Christmas has come early for me. Force Multiplier is the name of this album. And yeah, this is the single that came out earlier that we were able to play with. But now we can download the rest. So this song is called Force Multiplier. Song is called Force Multiplier. The album is called Force Multiplier. Next one is Power, which you've already downloaded. Third one is called In the Zone. And now based on the album cover here, this one is also going to be very action-packed because the image is of like a football player like through like heavy fiery smoke and stuff. So yeah, it's called High Impact Music for High Performance Brands and Pro Sports. Nice. Precursor, Full Contact. Switchback. No half measures. Knife's Edge. Payback. Yo, these songs are gonna be fire. I can already tell. Do the Work. Paying Respects. Song called Spiral. Two more. And last one called Again. All right, we got it all downloaded now. And then let's just bring this back over here. Okay, so which one should we listen to first? Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. If you look at the cover, right? So this is the new album called Take the Crown. And it's got this dude. Okay, I'm assuming, is this like a Formula One racer type thing? I don't know. I don't watch racing stuff, but so it's going to be that kind of vibe. And obviously this one here is a football player style thing. So let's listen to the... Okay, so that one's called Force Multiplier, High Impact Music for High Performance Brands and Pro Sports. And then this one is Competitive Music for the Athlete Who Wants a Place in the History Books. Okay. All right, we got our music for the next however long. Let's pause this. We'll start from this one. Hopefully that's not too loud. Beautiful. God, I love the vibes. Oh, shit. This is the one we've listened to already, called No Ordinary Pursuit. Such a vibe. Beautiful. But yeah, that one we've listened to already. We already know it's epic. That's what got me hyped for the rest of this. The goal, ideally, I mean, this is not, this doesn't always work out, but ideally we can almost like make an entire short film or a YouTube video just using soundtracks from a single album, right? So then the hope is that these songs kind of fit nicely together. They might all be in the same like key structure, like whatever, like the same key, so then it goes from one to the next, stuff like that. So but yeah, anyways, in the meantime I'm going to keep editing here, but I want to be a bit quieter. I just want to listen to the music now. Yo. Beautiful. 3 for 3 right now. All dubs. I already see how I could use this song. Fire. Four for 4. All of them are bangers. I want to know who the actual artist is. They don't like say the name. That's one thing. I wish they would. Oh, wait. Okay, we'll watch this after. Is there something that says get an inside look at the album? Don't mind if I do. It's also cool that they list the actual key that they're in. So it's like G minor, C minor, G minor, D minor, G minor, G minor, G minor, G minor. So then it's like, at the very least, it makes it easier for me to say like, oh, these three can go together because they're all in the G minor. Another banger. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 6. Let's keep going. How do they always win like this? My goodness. I swear, it's like I feel like the people who run lens distortions, it's like they have a chip inside of my brain that feeds into whatever they create where they know I'll be happy. Reminds me of like a James Bond. Yeah, it gives me like 007 vibes. Another banger. They don't miss. I see like there's so much I can do with all of these songs. So we can definitely create a bunch of like previews, trailers. All right, in the meantime, I'm just reducing all the colors, trying to make it a little bit more desaturated across all of them. Just so there's a bit of consistency across each shot. Give me a second. I need to send a message to someone. Yeah, I really wish they would just say, like, who's the artist that makes these albums? Can you imagine it's like all AI? So far, I've been enjoying this Kodak Endura glossy paper for the print profile. And then I've been choosing the Konica Minolta VX400 Super for the film stock profile. They've been working out pretty well so far, at least for these kind of like outdoor shots. These are the last two songs of this album. So this one we do want to do a bit of color correction before we do the dehancer. So again, we're going to go to the gamma, switch it to linear, drop the loom mix all the way to 0, and then adjust with our gain color wheel. Also, it's like, I'm wondering, should I just always talk in this whispering manner? Because it's much easier on my throat as well. We are going to start whispering from now on our streams. Or at the very least, anytime we're listening to lens distortion. Beautiful. Last one, the Vanguard. Or no, Vanguard. What does Vanguard mean? Is it like, is that the group of soldiers that are at the very end of a procession of soldiers, or is it at the very beginning? We'll figure this out later. I want to hear the song. It is the oh, it must be the end, because this is the final song in the album. So I'm assuming the Vanguard is like the soldiers tasked with guarding the rear. Guarding the van. I got you. I like this. Well, goddamn, that was great. Amazing. Exceptional. I liked every single song from this. So, well done. And the cool thing is, I guess you could technically download this based on the different pieces. So I have to keep that in mind. I haven't really spent time doing that. Let's see. So for instance, maybe we'll just take the very last one we just listened to. Vanguard. So these are the alternative mixes. Without the percussions, sound effects. So it's pretty cool that they break up the entire song based on just the parts you might want to listen to. Let's see how the bass sounds here. The pads. Yeah, this is great. So, okay, I have to keep that in mind because I think when I download the song, it doesn't break it up in this way. So it just means if I find songs in particular, it might be better for me to split it up like this and then download the individual stem, right? Is that what they call them? Or no? Oh, and then they even have a section for sound effect pairings. Hells yeah. Let's see. This is super awesome. Okay. Let's get an inside look at the album, shall we?
Leonardo da Vinci character has a bit more taste. I mean, I can't say that he has more taste than Michelangelo, but I'll get in huge trouble. We're going to get in trouble here.
Ooh, and the best part is, I'm assuming all the soundtracks used in this YouTube video are going to be based off of Lens Distortions, which I have a subscription for. So that should mean we're not going to get copyright struck while watching this. Hells yeah. Our highly anticipated album, Take the Crown, is almost here. This is your chance to get a sneak peek. Watch our co-founders discuss the inspiration behind the music and demo the top tracks in this first listen. It has deep meanings ready for your important stories. Hells yes.
All right, well, let's talk about the Lens Distortions album, Take the Crown. Jonathan, what was sort of the kernel of an idea for this album?
So I heard this story that way back in the day, Leonardo da Vinci had a bit of a rivalry with Michelangelo. Now, Leonardo da Vinci is known for painting the Mona Lisa, the Last Supper, whereas Michelangelo was more of a sculptor. You know, he carved David, although he did paint the Sistine Chapel, the ceiling up there. Maybe that's why they started becoming rivals, fighting over bidding on jobs. And when I heard about that rivalry of these two different characters, I thought, man, how cool would it be if we tried translating some of that into a modern day context, especially if it was in the realm of like competitive sports. So we created characters based off of each of them. You know, Leonardo was way more charming and charismatic and winsome, and he played with beauty and light quite a bit. Whereas Michelangelo, his personality was totally different. He was like intense and driven, and he was like obsessed with physical power, divine struggle, stuff like that. So we were asking ourselves, what would that sound like? And so that was the beginning of Take the Crown.
So there's kind of this theme of like these competing forces in the album that you sense throughout, that it's kind of more a track tailored towards one of those protagonists or the other.
Exactly. There's something about rivalries that is absolutely magnetic. It draws us in. And so when you have a person like Leonardo da Vinci, who's playful and winsome and charismatic, and then you have someone like Michelangelo that's intense and driven, and you have them butting up against each other, it sparks fly. And so in the album Take the Crown, we tried replicating that energetic and magnetic rivalry. We could listen to it right now if you want.
Yeah, let's jump in.
You can tell from the very first track that we're setting up the conflict of these competitors, right? It's serious, but it's also a bit classy, and it feels like there's a game being played, you know?
Now, was there a specific sport in mind for the album? Like, as our team was composing, were we thinking of a particular type of competition? Anything there?
I mean, we were definitely thinking a lot about the world of racing, especially because, you know, so much of our source material was coming from, you know, this story of Leonardo versus Michelangelo. It just played into this idea of like classy and competitive. And, you know, the racing world, especially like Formula One racing and European sports in general, they a lot of times have like really classy sponsors that sponsor the event. And so that just dovetails so nicely with some of the source inspiration we had for the album.
Yeah. Well, and there's just rich traditions associated with things like you said, like European racing and whatnot. So
absolutely.
That's cool.
So I mentioned that we built.
What the hell's with that guy's? This interviewer sounds so bored. Why are you so bored, my friend? This is such an epic album. Oh, also that microphone looks super dope. Oh, this guy's got that Shure. We're learning. So obviously it has the name there. The Shure, whatever mic that is. And then this one just looks so bizarre. We'll have to ask one of our audiophiles in the chat about that one. Okay, let's keep listening. But yeah, this guy needs to pump up the energy level with this interview. Come on.
In racing and whatnot. So
absolutely.
That's cool.
So I mentioned that we built these different characters into the fabric of the album. So this next track is about our second character, the more Michelangelo character, who's intense and driven.
So where does it go from here?
So the next track introduces you to one of our next characters, who's more of the Leonardo da Vinci character, who's a bit more elegant and you know, a little less of a force of nature, but has a bit more taste. I mean, I can't say that he has more taste than Michelangelo, but I'll get in huge trouble. We're going to get in trouble here, but
maybe more restraint or something.
Sure. Let's just listen to the music and see what people say.
What's up, Photo Elite? Oh, wait.
You, my good sir, deserve some PP for powering through 45 days straight.
Well, thank you very much, Photo. Hello, hello. Photo. Oh, wait, Photo. Do you know what microphone this is? Let's just jump back. Yeah, do you know what this microphone is that this dude's using here? And hello, man. How are you doing? So we now recognize, yes, of course, there's that Shure brand, which, although I still can't tell, I'm just going to guess SM7B for everything. But then what is this one? This one looks quite interesting as well. I don't know if I like the white. I don't know if I like it as like this kind of white exterior, though. Because then it looks a bit plasticky, I guess. But it looks very interesting. RE20. This is the RE20? What? Oh, wait. Yeah. I guess so. Huh. But that white covering is a bit ugly, in my opinion. They got the same body shape. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And also that, what do you call it? The shock mount? I think that does look also very similar to the RE21. Could possibly be a Rode signature. Okay, okay. Well, either way, thank you. Photo Elite, welcome. So we're having a fun stream because we're doing the usual stuff, right? We're being productive, going through all of the Dehancer stuff. But then I was like, every day I've been opening up Lens Distortions, Epidemic Sound, Artlist, just to see what's out there. But for Lens Distortion in particular, I've been waiting to see if those 2 new albums that they've been saying coming soon, if it would release. And it has released. So I've been listening to all of the first album, and dude, it is so fire. Every song has been a hit. It's been a banger. Drop me a link to the vid. You mean this video here? Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, one second. Let me copy. So then, yeah, we've been on Lens Distortions. We just finished listening to the entire album. And like I said, every song has been so good. So good. Like, I can already imagine which videos that I work on in the future where we can use them. And then there's another album that we need to watch. But first, there's a whole link here that says, it's like a behind the scenes of how they came up with this album. So apparently this album was inspired, and so this is the co-founder or co-owner of Lens Distortions, co-founders. But this dude is explaining how the theme behind this album, Take the Crown, was supposed to be like a rivalry between Michelangelo and Leonardo. I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool concept. So PP Poo Poo, yes, that is also an interesting clash. Which one is PP and which one is Poo Poo, right? Michelangelo and Leonardo. But hello, Cyronius. How's it going? So we've just been listening to these 2 new albums from Lens Distortions. We just got through finishing the first one. I'm just watching the behind the scenes because I'm so fascinated. I'm like such a, can I say dick rider, or is there a different way to say it? But I've been loving everything that Lens Distortion puts out there. And yeah, so of all the companies, my goodness, come on, Lens Distortions, work with me. Come on. Or at least give me some kind of an affiliate link. We've been shouting these guys out for every freaking day of our 45 days streaming. Yes, Photo Elite. Listening to that mic in the video, it's a Rode Procaster. Okay. Well, the thing is, this guy, to be honest, like, he was starting off pretty depressing sounding, but he's laughing here. So I don't know if that matters in terms of audio quality, but yeah, so let's keep watching this while we're going. But hello, guys. Hello, Cyronius and Photo Elite. We're just continuing with testing out Dehancer here while we listen to new music.
Huge trouble. We're going to get in trouble here. But
maybe more restraint or something?
Sure. Let's just listen to the music and see what people say.
And let me know if the audio levels are a bit off. I've been trying to change it up so the soundtracks are a bit louder, but not overwhelmingly. It's the character of the sound that matters? I see. I don't have that kind of ear, Photo Elite. Hopefully I can learn how to be like you in terms of distinguishing that, but...
Definitely more contemplative.
Contemplative, interesting.
Mhm.
You know, a
It's
little less
more.
diving in and more just sort of thoughtful, like methodically, you know,
Yo,
working towards something.
I just don't know what it is about this dude on the left. I need him to have a lot more fire in his voice right now. Like, this guy does not sound like he wants to be there. He's not feeling the fire of the music. Come on. This is some epic shit. Like, how do they come up? Like, I want to know how they... Is it this dude? Or, like, what's the team? I want to know about the team that's making this music. Because I don't know why. Every album is such a banger. These guys are good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's a little more elegant, a little prettier of instrumentation in that track. Of course, we have other tracks that represent that same character that have a little more personality. For example, the track Charm Offensive. Listen to the opening of this.
What's up, Mr. Tap? Just pop in and say hello. Well, hello back at you. We're listening to some new music that should not get me copyright struck because I have a subscription to these guys. Like how fire are all these songs, right?
That's cool.
Hold it.
It's fire. $800 a year is a crazy subscription price. Is that how much I'm paying for lens distortions? Wait, what? Hold on a minute. I gotta check my bank account real quick. I don't think I'm paying that much.
Oh, that's fun. I know that
That's
something
fun.
we're always thinking about is
This dude, man.
making music that's fun to edit to. That you know, the track and the waveform can almost serve as a template for cutting footage to and building a project around. And that seems like one that, you know, has a lot of fun little hooks and
Yep.
quite dynamic, right?
Yep. All those fun little moments that have character and personality. Yeah. It's fun. Another track that's really cool is one, it's the track called Testing the Limits. And this one bounces back to the other character who's the driven character.
Oh wait, Cyronius.
Check this out.
Hold on one second. So I'm looking at my history here. So I'm paying $400 for an all-access annual amount. So what is that broken down divided by month? I can't do the math, but I'm assuming it's like it must be like a $35 per month type thing. Is that right? Something like that. So yeah, it's like a $35, let's say, per month subscription, but I just paid for the annual. But for me, maybe they changed it up, but for mine, it's an all access. So I have access to like the LUTs, the sound effects, the music. Yeah, so everything for $400. So I don't know this $800 unless maybe did they like change it recently or something? Yeah, 800. That's a little steep there. But yeah, it's like $35 a month. And to me, to be honest with you, like I've used it so much for like all my YouTube videos, almost all of like anytime you watch something on my YouTube channel that's like sounds very cinematic, chances are it's probably lens distortions. I've also enjoyed using Artlist and Epidemic Sound. And unfortunately for me, I do use all three. Like I still find value in all three, but that's unfortunate to my bank account. But this lens distortion ones in particular, I feel like I can stretch each dollar in terms of how I utilize so much of what they put out there. So you hear that gravel in his voice. He'd be sounding like a higher pitched Morgan Freeman if he was on the bass heavy mic, like the SM7B or even the Neumann. If he would sound like a higher pitch. I see. Interesting. Yeah, see, the fact that you know the differences between these kind of like sound profiles is very impressive. We would like to get there someday. Cyronius said that's not completely terrible. Yeah, Yeah, I was like, yo, $800 a year? Okay, that's a bit wild. I should have known if I was paying that much. But I mean, $400 is still a lot. Let's not be mistaken. But it has been something where I do feel like it's quite the most impactful in terms of all the sound libraries I've been using. And like, listen to it. All of these songs have just been straight fire. And again, it is because the types of things that I'm making are more like trying to be more cinematic. So it's not like, if I'm making talking head videos on YouTube, maybe this is not as good as like a Artlist or Epidemic Sounds. But for the type of things that I'm hoping to create, like the short films or documentary styles, cinematic stuff with wildlife.
You know, really trying to keep it as minimalist and understated as possible to kind of set the opening tone before the energy hits.
It's fun.
That's
Whenever
fun.
I listen to that track,
Yo,
I just imagine
this guy's pissing me off, man. Probably shouldn't say that because I think these are the co-founders, right? So yeah, I love these two guys. They're amazing. But come on, dude. This is the second song in a row that you're describing as that's fun with like barely a smile on your face. Yo, come on. Photo, you said EQ plays a massive role in that. But yeah, you can tell the differences on different voices when you start listening close enough. Gotcha. So like, Photoli, are you saying, be honest with me, if you didn't know anything and you just heard me speaking into this microphone, would you have been able to kind of guess that this is a RE20 just from like how it's sounding right now? Cyrone says, you got to realize he's probably been listening to these songs for hours and hours while in production. It doesn't matter, man. You're putting this video out on YouTube, right? You're trying to promote your business. And for how epic the soundtracks are, to then like swap over to this guy sounding so dejected and like low energy about it, he's not serving the ball back to his co-founder over here. He's not giving enough back for so that they can keep the dynamic elements of this conversation going. Not that I'm an expert. Listen, I'm not like some dude who like interviews people properly, but still, come on.
You know, everyone is showing up to the race course. Maybe it's a test track and it's dawn. You know, it's a bit foggy and dark. And the competitors are both running tests on the same track, and they're taking turns, taking laps, watching each other, seeing how fast they can go, one-upping each other, you know. Mm-hmm. And it's not like the full-blown competition yet. It's kind of the pre-competition. But you can tell that
you said Photo, you said it'd be hard to tell between that and the SM7B. No EQ, yeah, I'd hear the difference in a heartbeat. With EQ, I'd be hard pressed to hear. Oh, I see, because the EQ is equalizing, I guess, to like, it's like, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're like standardizing the sound to like what is consistent with probably what most people want to hear. I got you. I think I'm saying it correct. Cyrone, she said, can I coax you into watching one of my favorite YouTubers? There's no coaxing involved. Well, if you give me money, sure. Wait, okay, hold on. Yeah. Yes, you can coax me, Cyronius. It will be a $5 donation to do so. But no, send me the link. I'm curious. What is one of your favorite YouTubers? Mr. Tap, he said, just kidding. Definitely worth it for a short film. Are we talking about the price? Yeah, let me see. $800 per year for music. Around. Yeah, if it was $800 a year, that is a bit, that's insane, right? I would only pay that much if Lens Distortion became like the only subscription platform I was using across everything, which technically I guess it could, because it does visual effects, sound effects, music, LUTs, and all that. But since it's not, 800 is quite absurd. 400 is also kind of reaching, but yeah, in terms of how much I create content these days and like the amount of videos I'm trying to produce, and to have like these kind of high quality soundtracks, I'm definitely maximizing on that. There's a video of his that is just awesome to me. EQ is shaping the sound, kind of like how you mold clay. Gotcha. Okay, I like the analogy there. This is an 8-minute video, but you have to watch it from start to finish, full screen, no interruptions. Well, okay, Sirenese, can you tell me, am I going to get copyright struck over this video? I got copyright struck yesterday and the day before. I got copyright struck from an artist that was part of my art list subscription. So I did contest that one, but it's kind of annoying. It's like, yo, what the hell? No, you shouldn't? Okay. And then Photolite, you got another link for me as well. Watch this and see if you can tell the difference between the mics. Okay. So I'm going to line these guys up. One
I
second.
was looking.
Let's just bring this over. Okay. And then let's pop open Cyrones's one. Okay, let's see if I get copyright struck. We'll start with yours, Cyrones, because you were mentioning it to me. All right, here we go. This is called Why a Cool Camera Makes You a Better Photographer. Yo, I like the opening. Oh, wait, you said no interruptions. My bad. My bad.
Having a cool camera will make you a better photographer. The most frustrating saying in the entire image making world is a camera is just a tool. Just a tool? This is both disrespectful and dismissive to tools.
Hey,
and
I have that on my
cameras
arm.
At the same time. Tools can be beautiful too.
I got that Rolleiflex on my arm.
Ask any writer, carpenter, machinist, neural engineer, wetware surgeon. They all have tools that they love to use, and they will reach for those before any other.
Any of the decisions you've made, the tools you've found and enlisted, act to make not writing unappealing, or at least boring after 5 minutes, and to...
I will pause, actually. I know you said don't pause, but then I feel bad because, like, or yeah, it's like I'm stealing this guy's content in a sense, right? But like, okay, so far, like, this is amazing. What did I really like? Well, it sounds like now that we're learning with Dehancer and trying to understand, I can see a little bit of like, yeah, they're adding a bit of grain and like some noise effects here. I think I saw some of that film damage effect that they put in. Yeah, so far I'm liking this. And then, no, you shouldn't possibly. Okay, possibly.
To sort of enhance the act of writing to make it something that is enjoyable.
Most of the time, not always.
Oh, that's Neil Gaiman. Favorite author. I got some of his. Yo, so far they showed that Rolleiflex thing, which I have as a tattoo on my wrist here, and then we got our Sandman tattoo, inspired obviously by Neil Gaiman.
I will do my first draft in fountain pen because I actually enjoy the process of writing with a fountain pen. I like I like filling a fountain pen. I like uncapping it. I like the weight of it in my hand. I like that thing. So
I'm ruining
I'll
the
have a
vibe.
notebook, I'll have a
I just
fountain
don't want to get
pen,
copyright
and
struck,
I'll
okay?
write.
Imagine if your tools were beautiful and a joy to use. Wouldn't that inspire you to want to use them?
This is a titanium coping saw. It is one of the more beautiful tools I have in my collection. I gotta tell you, when I receive something and I see a particular balance of colors in the anodization, I know I'm working with people who are paying attention to the right things. I'm not saying that the color is the most important thing. I'm just saying that when I see a balance of color like this, I know that someone has spent time getting those things right.
When I finally achieve
Dude, I like when people are
a
nerdy
complete
like this.
set of flatheads and Phillips, probably give them a pride of place somewhere in the shop, somewhere you can readily grab them instead of putting them in a drawer. Because I also love looking at them. I mean, these are, without a doubt to me, the most functionally beautiful hand tools in my collection, and I can't wait till I have a complete set.
So, we've established that I love beautiful tools.
Did that guy die? Or did one of those guys die from the Mythbusters thing?
As image makers, we appreciate things for their aesthetics. So why is appreciating industrial design so frowned upon and not a noteworthy characteristic when it comes to choosing a tool for creating art? I enjoy photography and cinematography because I'm a visual person. I enjoy the way things manifest in the physical world. I appreciate colors, lines, and shapes of things around me, which I then compose into images that are equally pleasurable. Why should the look and feel of a camera not be inherently beneficial to the experience of creating visuals? A cool camera is an extension of the cool visuals you're looking to capture with it. As somebody who builds physical objects, the physical design of a camera inspires me in the same way that going to a gallery would. As artists, we take the ephemeral and channel it into the physical. And the industrial designers of the world are no different. So why do we belittle their work? Cool cameras inspire me to get out and use them. From their physical design to their mechanical operation, using a camera that I actively enjoy makes the entire experience of creating images more pleasurable.
Yeah, it's great.
The lovely
oh,
thing about
you know, that's dope. Wait, there's a lot more. What the heck? So I gotta do my little shout outs for everyone. Jesus, but now he's got real followings. Holy shit, that's a lot.
Radionuclides, these little particles that you don't want anywhere near your body. You do not want them going inside you. So people who get tested regularly in this room would include Department of Energy workers, but Lynch also mentions that the room has been used to test a helicopter pilot and some other workers from Chernobyl, as well as children from Chernobyl, I guess, who lived nearby. So this has been in use for a long time, and it's used to measure the radiation coming from living people. So somebody
GX 需要你的支持，才能继续制作这些视频。
GX
众所周知，在20年代初的全球芯片危机之后，人类面临着迄今为止最严峻的挑战。在您通过
Yeah, this guy's dope. Okay. If I wasn't spending all my money on lens distortions and everything else, I think this guy does a good job of like convincing me to go buy this. Battle of the Ultimate Broadcast Mics. All right, let's check this out. This is him here. I'm on his current list. Oh, you're on there. Nice, nice. Grant Imahara. Was that the guy who died? Gotcha, gotcha. Yo, thank you very much for the follow. Ala Kinde. Thank you, thank you. On the kick side. Okay. Yeah, the kick side, every time I get a follow, it's always followed by like, hey, you want to do something for me? That video was dope. Yeah, that was super dope. I really like that. I know I'm going to get copyright struck, though, unfortunately. But you know what? That was worth it.
older videos, and I was absolutely horrified to find out that I never
So this one you were saying what?
So
Photo Elite?
let's pit these two broadcast legends.
Hold on. You were saying something about this video. You said, watch this and see if you can tell the difference between the mics. Okay.
Against each other to see which one comes out on top. But I do have to make something perfectly clear first, though. When looking into this video, I saw a ton of articles and videos comparing them, looking for the best dynamic mic. Now, I hate to be that guy, but neither of these are going to come close to that moniker. But before you get angry, this isn't the video for that argument. However, in the realm of broadcast microphones, both of these mics have a claim to that throne. And I think the most interesting thing there is that both of these microphones took very different approaches to becoming the standards that they are within the broadcasting field today. So, well, let's start there. Now, in this corner, you have the SM7.
Okay, so you're saying this
which
sound?
shockingly kind of started out as
Oh, wait,
a
but he's
boom
telling
mic.
me which song.
Now, its
audio.
grandfather, the SM5, was developed in the 60s and was intended as a broadcast mic. And it was very much a fantastic microphone, though it didn't quite make the waves that Shure had hoped for, as it was kind of expensive, bulky, and heavy. With little interest in waning sales, though, the microphone kind of faded into the background and was quietly discontinued. Again, though, I do have to point out, it was a very good microphone. So, Shure engineers went to work in the 60s to fill out that SM or studio microphone lineup. Now, of course, the SM57 and 58 were born here in the 60s. But it took a few years to expand from studio and live music to that dynamic broadcast mic that was all the rage at the time.
Ace, that's the name of the guy we were watching. Okay. I'm going to have to make sure to follow him.
The SM7
that was really cool.
Introduced. Again, though, to little or no fanfare. And that statement might not be fair, but compared to its iconic status of today, you'd be accurate to say the launch was a bit disappointing. Okay, I mean, it made some sales.
So Photolly, right now,
so I guess
this
it had
is the
that going for it.
Shure
But
SM7B that
then,
he's
a producer
using.
by the name of Bruce Swedien,
And then is he
going to
switch over to different mics
and
later?
well, he made literal magic with it. Now, the legend says that he tested out several mics on Michael Jackson's voice, and the SM7 was the one he liked the best. Though he did also say that he loved the microphones and had several, so maybe separating the legend and reality here might be kind of tough.
Okay, so to my virgin ears, let's say, or the with my lack of knowledge, I mean, the only thing I can tell so far when he's talking is that it sounds like his voice sounds deep. So I don't know if like there's like a bass level to it that's like it seems consistent even when he's speaking in a higher pitch. I feel like there's always this kind of a deep tone to it, which is not bad, but that's one thing I'm noticing. And then obviously he like switches over to a higher pitch voice. But it doesn't sound, yeah, it seems okay. It doesn't sound like shrieking or like I'm not hearing. I don't know. It sounds good. So far it sounds good, but I'm noticing it's a bit like his deep tone comes out quite a bit.
He used it before on other artists? Who knows? Well, clearly no artist bigger than MJ at the time. And honestly, that's where this
He's going to do a back and forth like he did in the
gaining
beginning.
real
Gotcha.
traction. The problem was, though, at the time, it was only recording studios buying this type of gear. It wasn't like nowadays where these things were household names. Live acts generally stuck with their handhelds, and broadcast was already riding another horse. So the market was kind of specific. But all that changed in the 2000s. The SM7 turned into the SM7A. Then it was re-released as the SM7B with very minor upgrades. Then podcasting started to really take off. And well, at the time, broadcast mics were being sought out by those that were adventurous enough to start one. And it's kind of an interesting thought there. Price-wise, this is one of the cheaper broadcast mics available even today, if not the cheapest, especially back in the 2000s. And while a lot of broadcasting gear had a bit of a luxury tax built in, the SM7B tended to trend a bit lower in cost, meaning when these podcasts were starting out, this actually looked like a pretty obvious choice. Perhaps there's some alternate reality where the RA20 was adopted as it had a lower price, but I don't know, who knows? Well, you know the rest to the story. Joe Rogan basically created a whole search section on Google of people asking, what mic is he using? And with that, the SM7B got its rightful place in the history books as one of the most influential mics of all time.
Of all time.
So as for the Electro Voice RA20, this story is much less fanciful, as this was basically just a fantastic microphone from day one. Now, the RA20 here was born out of a search for the perfect microphone that could solve one of the more...
To be honest with you, I think at the very beginning when he started speaking with it, it seemed a bit more noticeable, the difference. But then the more he speaks, now it's like if you were to... I feel like it all... I think my ears just neutralize it to normal sounding. But it like back to back, I guess it sounded a bit louder. So it sounded like more full. Maybe in the higher tones or whatever. I don't know the right terminology. But yeah, it just sounded a little bit like louder and a bit crisper at the beginning. But now it all sounds the same, so I can't tell. Yeah, my ears adjust. Yeah, I can't really tell.
Annoying issues in...
Let me see.
Born out of a fantastic history books as one of the most influential mics of all time. So as for the Electro Voice RE20, this story
Yeah.
is much less fanciful, as this was basically just a fantastic microphone from day one. Now, the RE20 here was born out of a search for the perfect microphone that could solve one of the more annoying issues in all of audio, proximity effect. Basically, the closer you get to a microphone, the boomier your voice gets. And what Electro Voice came up with was something called the variable D technology, or variable distance. This was something they began rolling out on all of their mics to varying degrees of success. And the first one to really catch on was the Buchanan Hammer, otherwise
What a
known
name.
as the EV664. This thing was a massive hit for musicians, and specifically with singers that had big old boomy voices.
You said part of learning to tell the difference is rewiring your brain to not adjust. Fair enough. Yeah. Listen, this is fun. Thank you very much for this exercise, Photo Elite, because in the same way that as we're testing out Dehancer, and as we learn a bit more about like all of these different effects that are there for film effects, it's like as we were watching that video that Cyronia sent of what's that guy, GX Ace, then it's like I'm actually my eyes are now identifying those key things that are being used as, you know, core techniques for filmmaking. So now hopefully, as you're here as my instructor as we're watching this video, it's like, yeah, hopefully my ears can now start to distinguish these different sounds, which just, you know, it's fun. It's fun. So thanks.
However, it was also a fantastic instrument mic, as it was used for all types of things from saxophones all the way down to kick drums. But of course, there were other microphones that Electro Voice was testing the market with, including the RE15 and RE16. But again, they're not really broadcast, though they did become quite popular among musicians. Then the RE20 dropped, intended for broadcast, but also as an all-around microphone. In fact, this mic was actually used in several studio albums. Probably the most famous use would be by Stevie Wonder.
Oh,
next time you hear Superstition, it was recorded on an RE20. That's pretty cool. But the real movement happened when broadcasters got a hold of it. Now remember, at the time, radio stations were still looking at moving fully away from ribbon microphones, especially as this new technology called FM radio was really taking off. And with the clarity that you could get from a dynamic compared to a ribbon, this was just the microphone to usher in that new age, or really golden age of radio. And this thing had a lot going for it. It sounded fantastic on almost everyone. And it was easy to EQ and compress for those boomy voices in the heyday of radio. And speaking of those boomy voices, well, this thing allowed for a more intimate and personal relationship with the audience, like you're whispering in their ear.
Whispering.
You could get close to it, and I mean really close. And without all the mud from proximity, it was an easy decision, basically allowing any idiot to use it and sound good. But even better, it was built like a tank. And for radio stations back in the day, considering who was using these things, perhaps not a bad idea. And honestly, from the 70s on, this was the go-to. You will still find a lot of stations rocking these today. How's that for staying power? So as we discussed, the RE20 had the variable D tech, but interestingly enough, the SM7B actually limits the proximity effect, but in more of a basic way. Literally, the way it is built is meant to keep you away from the capsule. So as long as you're using this in the way it was intended, you're actually quite fine. The SM7B, on the other hand, is very much a flat microphone that just takes EQ and compression like a champ. Honestly, so does the RE20, but there is way more of a built-in sparkle on that RE20. And realistically, it really isn't a built-in sparkle per se, but more the fact that the response past 10K isn't rolled off like on the SM7B. Both mics, however, do take EQ and compression really, really well. Years of being the go-to on the radio is proof positive.
Oh, it's back and forth time? Wait, is he gonna just do it back and forth without telling you? Because I don't want to like look at this then and just kind of see if I can sense it. Yeah, one thing I was gonna say is, I mean, I don't have a good comparison because I've never tested out that Shure. But there's that button on my interface where it says air, and then when I start speaking, it does make my voice a bit crisper. And so I used to have this on, But then the problem was I felt like I was constantly making the S sound. And so then I didn't want to burn the listener's ears, right? But I assumed there was a bit more of that S that's not good. And I know you told me how to do that, or like basically I just need to stop speaking like this into the mic and then maybe it should be fine. But I did like how it sounded with this little air button turned on. And then here's when I turn it off. So now it is a bit more like, is the term muddy? Or I don't know what they say. But yeah, it's a little bit more deeper and without the sharp aspects to it. And then there's a button down here somewhere, but I haven't really touched it. I don't know what that one does, but he's doing it right now. Okay, let's just.
It is very much a flat microphone that just takes EQ and compression like a champ. Honestly, so does the RA20, but there's way more of a built-in sparkle on that RA20. And realistically, it really isn't a built-in sparkle per se, but more the fact that the response past 10K isn't rolled off like on the SM7B. Both mics, however, do take EQ and compression really, really well. Years of being the go-to on the radio is proof positive of that for the RA20, and honestly, a well-tuned SM7B just sounds amazing. The aesthetics, though, seem to go to the SM7B, and for a lot of people, and it's not just because of aesthetics being pleasing, but size is a bit of an issue. The RE20, when set up with the shock mount, this thing can be a logistical nightmare in a studio, while the SM7B is quite a bit more compact with the built-in shock mount mechanism that Shure is known for. And finally, when you're talking about performance, I do find that the SM7B handles plosives better than the RE20. Obviously, having the built-in mic sock does work, but that RA20 begs for a bit of a better mic technique, though if you know what you are doing, you should be fine with either. So are they still on top? Yeah,
Is that
the
the
RA20
RE20
has been getting shoved in its locker a bit by some reason.
I guessed that one correctly because the S sound was so sharp. I was like, yo, I've experienced the same thing. So there you go. That's the RE20.
And up-and-comers. You got the BCM 705 from Neumann, and even the condenser version, the BCM 104, has been slowly taking over as the main go-to for actual broadcast situations. But don't kid yourself. These things are still very much relevant. If you can score one used like from a radio station that's upgrading, these things will literally still be here after a nuclear war along with the cockroaches. As for the SM7B, while it has been enjoying its own golden age of podcasting, even it has seen some really tough competition start to leak in. And that's mainly due to cheaper options, especially as people start to realize that this is more of a status symbol than it is for a marker of actual talent. But that challenge also came around the same time that the Roadcasters started introducing people to DSP effects, making all of the microphones sound like broadcast mics. But where the RE20 does seem to be galloping into the sunset, this SM7B doesn't seem to be slowing down much at all.
The final choice.
So then, which one of these broadcast legends is better? Now, this is going to be very much a personal choice on your part, but for me, the SM7B is my go-to way more than the RE20. But interestingly enough, it's not just because of the sound. For me, it's about the footprint and the size of the mic as well. I remember having to move this microphone around just to see my co-host on the radio, then they would move, so I'd have to move the bloody mic again. But there is a big caveat here. I do feel like the RE20 is easier to EQ than the SM7B, so if that's one of your weak points, this might be worth considering. But if you are rocking an SM7B and you're looking for a bit of a lift, you should check out my video on this, the Angry Audio Smooth. Basically, it's a set it and forget it solution to make your voice sound like it was dipped in honey. Those are their words, not mine. You can check out that video up here if you're interested. So cheers, guys.
Okay. I gotta be honest, I barely could tell the difference at times. It was just literally that one time where it sounded louder for a moment. So I was like, oh, that kind of sounds a bit more like, there's a distinct difference between what was before it and then it neutralized. And then that like sharp S sound for one of them, I was like, oh, is that the RE20? Otherwise, like both of them sounded so good. Like, yeah, both works. So, yeah. I will agree though, this thing, the footprint of this thing is insane because of also the XLR cable that I'm using. It just like pokes out too deep or like too outward from this angle. So then when I have my mic tilted more down. The problem is the cable that extends from below will bump into my actual desk, or on, like I'll brush against it with my hands as I'm trying to get to my keyboard. So I've had to put this at more like a 45-degree angle or so. But yeah. Photo, like you said, EQ it right. You're hard pressed to tell the difference. Gotcha. Well, thank you very much for that.
You know, they're going at it.
Well, and what you just described, right? If you cut the footage together that you just described without music, it would not feel very dramatic. It would not feel
all XLR cables stick
charged,
out a good bit.
right?
Yeah, true.
And that type of track right there is the exact thing that you need to create that
my cat's over
feeling
here.
of, there's tension here, there's anticipation here, there is deep backstory here. And yeah, this is a perfect example of the power of a good music track to craft the feeling that you're looking for. So that's cool. I mean, I did not imagine what you just said immediately, but it is the perfect use case of, you know, the type of scene that's great for scoring. So
yeah, the key word that you just said is backstory. Like,
be right back.
That's
no worries.
Honestly, some of the most fun part of what we do is because we really invest a lot into building out characters, backstories, sometimes narrative arcs, and that all kind of comes through in the music in really subtle ways, but in really important ways, you know?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have the backstory of some sort, in this case, competitive racers, right, to inspire capturing that feeling of tension and backstory for those guys into a track, then the track might fail to capture that. You might just have the sort of style and flair and the using certain instruments, but you don't actually get that driving force of saying, this is the perfect track to define that sort of thing. So it's funny how we have to sort of invent an archetypal version of how our customers will use this and then compose to that. And then, we share a little bit about the story after the fact, but of course it's meant to create something that is universally useful for that type of story, regardless of the subject matter. So
exactly. And when you get the substance right at the beginning, it really helps it become versatile. You know, all the music that we've listened to today could be equally at home in a documentary or a brand film, or any type of video that's trying to have the perfect balance between like taste and drive.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when there's music that, you know, we think a lot about cinematic storytelling. I think that's kind of the overarching banner of what we're trying to be optimized for. But, you know, not all music always works in a commercial. That's great. Well, you know, I'm looking at the key art here this whole time, and it's some of my favorite album art that we've done recently. And I'm curious, is the subject here one or the other of our archetypal characters? Are you at liberty to say?
There's this old story back in the day when there was a showing of Inception and Chris Nolan was being interviewed, you know, at the end of Inception when the top maybe falls or doesn't fall.
Yeah.
And he offhandedly told someone what he thought it was supposed to be. And he forever regretted it, but somehow they lost, like that interview just never went out there. And so no one knows. And so ever since then, he's like, I'm not going to say what I think. So I'll do the same.
Well, that's good. I honestly did not know how you would respond. And I kind of like the mystery of, you know, not knowing. I'm like, oh, he's got a light shirt, but he's a shadowy figure. So
maybe we should say there's a dark side and a light side, but it's the same, you know?
The secret is philosophical the same person.
We could get pretty philosophical here.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's great. Well, yeah, this is, like I said, I think it's a very well done album. It's always fun for me to sit.
I agree as well. It's been amazing. All right, I want to hear the second one now. So this is Take the Crown. Let's get to the other album here. So Take the Crown, and then the other one's called Power, I think. Yes. No, Force Multiplier. So again, I've loved every single song from that other one. So this is high impact music for high performance brands and pro sports. Let's go. Christ, that was a little too loud. Okay, I mean, that was good, but this one is probably the least favorite, like the one I don't see how I could use it in like my future videos as much as the others. I guess I don't do as much like that kind of high impact kind of stuff. Oh, this one I like. This is the one that we had access to earlier, Power. Okay, I think I just finished I think we finished all of the color grading for the trailer. So let's go ahead and play it. I want to see how it looks. Now, like I said, the rendering, it ends up like making the file so massive that the rendering is pretty bad. So let me drop the resolution a bit so we can play this without any issues. And then let's see how it sounds. Looks good. Looks pretty good. One thing I will say, it's a bit loud. There's a bit of like a I don't know, is there a word for like decontrasted look? But I can't tell if it's gonna look like that in the final product, because again, we're intentionally keeping things a little bit not so dark, because once we export the video, it will get a bit darker. So, but so far I like it. So far I'm liking it. Okay.
Oğlum bir yılday kolda joktun kıyınay Ustaranın yüzünde yavdarılan dünya Türkiye'de toylap çalım bir baylay Hadi yüzlep girginde söyleseyim baylay Beygatınday gelipsin tağalarım Oltırık oğlum bir yılday kolda joktun kıyınay Ustaranın yüzünde yavdarılan dünya
Okay, so we are finally on Act 1. Before we do all the text overlays and all the other things to make things look spicy, we're just going to start dragging in all of the potential B-rolls into position. So that way we know what we're working with. Ding dong boom 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 boom. All right, first let me just drop this down. Oops, not there. Okay. And let's keep listening. So basically, I'm just listening, or not listening. I'm looking for any clips that fit into the theme of kinship. So any like the kind of social shots, that kind of stuff. Oh, and I have to remember, I should also look at photos. So I think the B-roll doesn't have to be just videos. It can be any photos I took that represents it as well. So These will mostly be for the family section, or the home section. These are all part of the hunt act. Here we go. So this is mostly the kinship ones. I think all the food shots will probably go under the home section. This one I have no idea where do I fit this in. It's an eagle, but it's indoors. So maybe in the home section as well. So I want to hopefully find a mix of these kind of shots, like these close-up shots of the instruments, shots of different people singing, some kind of over-the-shoulder shots like this one where you see Aibo singing. So this will all be part of the B-roll, so we're not going to hear the audio portions of this. But hopefully, with all this montage, it will make it feel very much like, oh, here's the aspect of kinship that this act is supposed to represent. So these are all the ones that represent the act around like the wild, the hunt. So this would be for the home. Maybe this one. This one maybe. Okay, that's it. And then the question is there anything from the first episode around kinship that we should add? I think probably not, right? Yeah, because most of what's up? Hello guys. Sorry, I was so distracted. Hello. We got Kristen and we
Banana.
got Konon. Oh, nice. Banana. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn off one of the voice dono sounds, so you're gonna keep hearing double. You get double for your spending, okay? Welcome Conan, and welcome Kristen. Coney said, I found a video, you sent it in the videos. It's a Mongolian video. It's that thing where you do 1 day in Mongolia up to 1 year in Mongolia. Nice. Yeah, I'm curious what it'd be like after a year. But welcome, guys. We are just listening to the new album on Lens Distortions. So we've been a bit distracted. I was going to be super productive, and then I realized they released the 2 albums on Lens Distortions. And so far we like both. Although I will say, I think I like the first one that we listened to a bit more, a lot more. That first one just really hit for each one. We're now halfway through this album. And these ones are also same thing. I can see how I use them. They're very much, as it says, high impact music. So it's more for like, I don't do as much of this kind of high impact related footages. But yeah, I can still see how some of these soundtracks would work for future videos. So yeah, and we got Kimbap. Oh yeah, we got Kimbap all snuggled in. Yeah, I didn't even notice. 1 second, let's see. Look at this cutie over here. Yeah, I almost don't want to disturb him because he looks so nice over there. What a good boy. Yes. Good boy, Kimbap. Ah. He's like, oh, why are you calling my name? Do. There you go, buddy. Coney said, I might go to bed again. It's 5 p.m. Hey, listen, you do you, man. Sleep when you need to. Be like my cat, you know? Every hour can be sleeping hour, nap time. Look at this good boy. Yeah, what a lazy, spoiled life you've got. Oh, aren't we all jealous? Aren't we all jealous? Good boy. Yeah, he heard his name. Yeah, exactly, Kristen. I think I didn't mean to say it out loud, but then I said it. I was like, okay, I might as well disturb him now. Yes, good boy, Kimbap. Look at all that hair that's going to end up in the air, and I'm going to have to breathe it in. It's going to be all over my computer setup. It is what it is. But yes, we've been having a good day. You should watch the cat massage videos, then do it to your cat. Yeah. Nah, they're spoiled enough as it is. Okay. So yeah, we're just continuing to listen to this music and we're continuing to edit. So we just finished the entire trailer in terms of like applying all the color grading using that new software, the Dehancer. So now everything should look very, very, one second, we're on the wrong one here. So everything has that kind of film texture to it. And let's see, let's play it out. Let me reduce the resolution. So again, we still need to steady everything. We still got to adjust the text and figure out the right duration, my voiceover. And then now we're just figuring out for the first act, I'm just finding all of the potential footages that would go in as the B-roll, and then slotting it in. So there we go. Good luck. I'm going to bed probably. Yeah, of course. Take a enjoyable nap. Are you able to put the cat cam as you instead of you? Yeah, maybe one of these days. But at the very least, this way we have both. You get the best of both worlds. We get my chubby little cat over there. Oh, let's see how much we can distract. I feel like a claw machine. I'm trying to see if I can do it without looking at the cat. Do I have the right position? Oh, almost. Do we have it? Okay, now if I drop down, let's see if I can drop it right over his head. Drop. Oh, I missed. We missed the toy. Good boy. Good boy. Okay, so let's keep listening to the music here as I'm trying to find all these different clips to use. Which song were we on? Switchback or something. It's also a bit louder, but yeah. Hopefully that's not too loud. It looks awesome. Thank you, Kristen. Yes, we're getting there. We're getting there. So I'm not going to apply the Dehancer just yet because it does take up a lot of the rendering, so it slows down everything. So we'll do it as a final step now. Oh shoot, I see cat hair floating around me right now. That's what happens. Alright, so we found all of the potential clips. So I'm just going to drag them all to each other. And these ones don't need audio because they are just meant to be the B-roll that plays while the original audio continues. Kristen, how was your day? What time is it over there for you? Hopefully all is well. With your, if I remember correctly, you said you have, was it 8 kids? 7 kids? Alright, we definitely have a lot of clips to go through here. I think I want to prioritize the shots where you see a bunch of us all together, some of the shots where we're all drinking together, the ones where they're performing on the instrument. Yo, thank you very much, Renee Warnar. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Hells yeah. Cyrone, wait, it's 11:11 a.m. You said, Kristen. Gotcha. Well, good morning to you on a beautiful time. Cyronis, I'm back. Been watching my IRL stream from yesterday. IRL even. Nice. Yeah, how did it go? I was showing some people that crazy rig that you got. Super impressive. But thank you very much, Renee. Thank you for subscribing on the YouTube side. Renee, hopefully you'll enjoy our streams. We do mostly film editing. We're aspiring filmmakers, so if you are subscribing on the YouTube side, hopefully that means you've been able to check out my channel. But generally speaking, we do try to create some nice like travel and wildlife related videos, and we are looking to hone our skills around filmmaking. So how do we not just tell travel vlogs in a diary style? How can we tell stories? And can we do those stories through the power of music, cinematic footages, sound effects, and then having a proper structure and a narrative? So you're going to watch me struggle through all of that, but that's what we normally do on the stream, including photo editing from all around the world, everywhere I've traveled to. So right now I'm working on Mongolia, episode 2. We finished episode 1, was it a week and a half ago? 2 weeks ago at this point? My goodness. I'll put it in the chat if you would like to check out our first episode, which we created from the live streams. Here's the link to it, Into the Blizzard. And we're now working on episode 2. So you're just watching me drag a bunch of potential clips that we can use. And we're also listening to new music from Lens Distortions. Cyronius, you said it went fairly well. Oh wait, hold on one second. Also, hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I don't know how loud the music is for you guys or not. We've been testing out, because I think I was listening to the VOD, and I felt like the audio level was a bit quiet. When you listen to like this background music and stuff, I felt like it was a little too quiet for you guys. So I wanted to increase the volume a bit, but sometimes with these songs, it might end up becoming too quiet or too loud. I have no idea. Kristen, you said kids started school yesterday. Yo, August? Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my god. I'm having a wave of nostalgia right now thinking of like starting the new school year. Kids started school yesterday. My youngest daughter got her first haircut. Her hair was past her bottom. Damn, that's long. Jeez. My hair is pretty long, okay? I think my hair goes down to like I think it goes down to like the bottom of my shoulders. Also, let's look at my little cat over here. What is he doing? Why is he looking all awkward? What is he trying to do there? All right, he's just getting comfortable. Gotcha. Look at them chubby cheeks when he rested on the little bed. Look at this guy. So Cyronius, you said it went fairly well. Some user error on my mic setup at the start. I was muted for like 40 minutes. Interesting. What kind of mic do you use when you're IRL? I'm a big fan of the DJI Mic 2s and the Hollyland. I have like that little button mic from Hollyland, but I don't know how good it would work for like a stream. My FTP transfer OBS overlay was working flawlessly. Nice. That's the thing you use so when you're like taking photos, immediately people can see it show up on the screen or something. I don't know. Kristen, you said, I told my coworker to find you on YouTube. I said Yobel Prize, and he nodded in understanding and said, oh, like Nobel. That's good. Yes, it works. It works. I used to say that all the time growing up, and I'm glad it's finally returning the favor. It just took over 18 years, but you know. Cyronies, this is good, loud enough to hear, and you're not drowned out. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I did turn it down a little bit, so hopefully I didn't just ruin when you said that. Kristen, you said Kimbap is staring hardcore at the camera. Oh, did I miss it earlier? The Rode Wireless Pro. Gotcha. Okay. The FTP overlay shows a live transfer from my Bella box to my computer at home. Wait, what? Oh, interesting. So like, for instance, you're saying Lightroom is, so you have Lightroom open at your computer at home, and then when you take a photo, is your camera then transmitting that photo to your Lightroom, which is streaming back home? Or man, I'm so lost. All of that is like such a world that I need to understand more. I do want to start doing like IRL streams though, for sure. Maybe not in Dubai per se. Although Dubai could be interesting as well, but like Dubai, there's a lot of rules against like, you're not necessarily, or technically you're not supposed to photograph or film people without their permission. So they're pretty stringent about those kind of things. But when I do travel, I do want to start doing IRL stuff. Nothing with Lightroom? Oh, okay. Alright, so in the meantime, I want to start dragging some of these clips out of the way because we need some space now. So give me a second. Let's just take a quick look at everything. I have too many tracks. All right, so we need to move all of these out of the way. So start with this. Bring it out to here. Move, move, move. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Same with these guys. Cool. Okay. Now we have some space to actually look through all the clips. Alright, there we go. I took a screenshot of Kimpo. Oh yeah, if you want. If you need a full screen. Oh wait, but I don't have a full screen without all the craziness going around here. Oh, what a good boy. Let's do the claw machine again. Let's see how accurate I can make the claw. Do. A little bit to the left. Oh, he sees it. He sees it. 3, 2, 1, drop. Oh, I missed. Sorry. I almost poked him in the eye. Alright, we tried. Okay, now we gotta move it more this way. 3, 2, 1. Shoot. Man, why am I so bad at this? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, there we go. Smushed. Clawed. You just got clawed, Kimbap. I take a photo with my camera. It instantly is sent to my Bella box computer I stream from while walking. Then the Bella box sends the image directly to a folder on my desktop at home. Then StreamerBot automates the photo settings extraction and sets the photo into a scene, displays it for 10 seconds, and moves it into an archive folder. Yo, that's pretty dope. You're gonna have to explain all that to me some of these days, because I would love to. Yeah, I would love to be able to do like IRL photo capture and sharing. That sounds really cool. Now, Cyrones, can you do this while traveling? Like if you're traveling abroad, is that possible? It also sends it to a Discord channel I can view live on my phone. Nice. Kristen, you sent the screenshot on Instagram. Oh, thank you. Okay, we'll check it out. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing. I see it now. Yeah, just staring straight into my soul here. Yeah. I feel like I could just do a whole stream with it just being on the cat camera. And it's like, oh, enjoy. Look at this little chubby cheeks. Chubby cheeks incoming. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, there you go. Cyrones, you said, yeah, it's all the same. Just have to have my computer on at home. Oh, interesting. So like if I left my Mac Studio on while I'm traveling. Interesting. He looked freaked out. Yeah, no, he's used to it. He's used to it at this point. We annoy him all the time, so now he's built up a bit of a tolerance for how I act around him. Okay, so now what we want to do, we need to start adding this to chapter 1, which is over here. So actually, let's drag all these guys out of the way as well. So that way we don't... There we go. So far I do like the songs from this album, but they all sound very, like it says, it's doing its job. These are all songs that are super, super high impact. And it doesn't necessarily fit with a lot of the style of what I do normally. But then the other soundtrack or the other album, that one did feel more like stuff I can use right away for the different types of videos I'm making. What was it called? Take the Crown or something? This one. So let's just play a few of these just so you guys can hear. It was amazing. I really like all of these. Just, he looked freaked out, yeah. And the sirens, I control my stream from a streamer bot deck. Yo, this is all wild stuff. We're learning. Okay, so this is the album from Lens Distortions called Take the Crown. And we watched the behind the scenes from the co-founders of Lens Distortions. And they were just saying that the theme of this came from like clashing between two rivals. So imagining like some of the songs sound like Leonardo and the others sound like Michelangelo, like their rivalry that apparently they had back in the day. So yeah. And then this song we've heard before, because this is the one that they had released early for people to listen to. I really like this song, says Kristen. Yeah. Listen, this is only the second song, okay? This one was it 13 songs in it? And we listened to it all, every single one of these songs really just like hits the spot. They did such a good job with this. So I'm just trying to find nice clippable moments that could work as a B-roll that represents kinship, which was like that's like the theme of Act 1. So any of these moments where we're like drinking together or singing or whatever they're doing, I'm trying to find these moments. So even just like a simple moment like that. Lurking time. Yes, you do you. Thank you, Kristen, for being here. This will be good background music while I unload the dishwasher and get some laundry going. Yeah, absolutely. We'll let it play out. Enjoy the music. Copyright free. I'm trying to remember if that vodka was strong or not. I had a decent poker face until the end there, so I'm assuming it was pretty strong. Yeah, maybe we'll include that part. So again, I'm just looking for any of these clips that represents kinship. So usually any of these kind of communal vibes when they're all together. So I like this kind of forward tracking shot. Let's see if we got some side panning shots. Yeah, like this. A bit of time lapse I think could look nice. Oh yeah, definitely a shot. I need the shots where we're taking shots. Just add a little bit of fun to the B-roll. Look at us getting drunk. The aesthetics are so cool on these. Okay, so these ones I can delete now. Alright, which song are we on? 1, 2. So this is the 4th song. So far we only listened to 3. And if you are like me, you're listening to that and going like, wow, amazing, epic, cinematic music. So this is a good time lapse. Okay, this is a good time lapse. And then jump to like my point of view shots. And the hope is, I think we have a bunch with my actual camera. So this is like shot with the iPhone, which is fine, but like, you know, we prefer the more cinematic shots. But yeah, the way I usually work on this, it's like, it's a filtering system, right? So this is round 1, or this is technically round 2. We've already selected or collected all of the potential shots that will work for our current chapter. And then I'm going clip by clip and just actually cutting up the parts only that I think could work. And then we'll go through another round where we actually then say which one's the best. So right now I'm thinking I want to show that where she's like saying no thank you, because then obviously we eventually do get her to sing and perform. So right after she's like saying no, 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 then I might jump to like a shot where she's actually singing. So it's like, no, no, I don't want to do it. Boom, here she is, that kind of thing. Food shot, I think still it probably makes sense to show it for the home. But then this one's got a bunch of them, so I feel like I do want to show this. And the question is, do we show them making it? Yeah, I think so, because then we can do a nice like transition between the two shots. Christine said, as a kid, I'd fall asleep listening to classical music in my headphones and try to pick out each instrument. This music is bringing back good memories. Nice, nice. Yeah, they did such a good job. So if we use this food shot, I'm thinking we just use where it zooms in on the food, and then we try to do a nice transition. So if we transition to this, and then maybe like this. So then if we line it up a bit better, let's see. Unfortunately, what was it? I was so bad at filming this. Jesus. Or wait, no. Okay, so maybe what I need to do is we start zoomed in and then we zoom out like that. Yo, what's up, Sid? What's up, what's up? Kristen, yes, please show the making of the food too. Yeah, no, we'll definitely show the food shots. It's just a question of which chapter, which act. Because we have an act called Home, or it's going to be called Homestead or Home or something like that. But it's basically just kind of like the family vibes of the culture out there that I witnessed. And so during that, I think showing all the food shots could work. But then this one was a particular food shot where the lady of the house like made a bunch of food for like the whole, all the eagle hunters and myself. So I feel like it could work as part of the kinship act, which we were on. So like the community version one. So I'm thinking, yeah, something like this. But yeah, Sid, what's up? What's up? Right now trying to decide a title for my first video on YouTube. Oh, wow. Well, congrats on deciding to do that. Let me see. I don't know if this will help you or not, but let me just see what was my first video. Because my first video ever was like something where I was like introducing myself to people. You know what I mean? So yeah, so I called it a new chapter, journeying into YouTube as a travel photographer. 1 second. Allow me to... Wow, it's so long ago. So yeah. Oh, 1 second. Let me just pause this music real quick. So Sid, the very first video I made on my YouTube channel, it was just called A New Chapter, journeying into YouTube as a travel photographer. So yeah, essentially that was just my way to be like, hey, allow me to reintroduce myself. And so then I used this, it was a very quick video. How long was this? Like only a minute, almost 2 minutes, right? Just basically 2 minutes long. And then it was just a mixture of me speaking into the camera. So hopefully I get more comfortable speaking into a camera, into the microphone, all that. And then it was just a nice montage of like, who am I? So it became a little bit of like my about me and my work. And then ultimately I've replaced it now with the new video, the traveling in a year and a half in 3 minutes. But yeah, I think if you do something like a new chapter or something like that could work. I'm thinking of a clickbaity title. Clickbait probably makes the most sense because that's a lot of how you have to trick the algorithms. But yeah, just don't put so much pressure that you have to start off with the bang. Like, more like, unless you're so good at what you do and you have a lot of luck in terms of going viral, the chances of that first video you put out there being like the perfect thing, the really well polished, whatever, it's like so slim, right? And I feel like it's probably better not to rely on that and just, if there's one thing that I'm learning and trying to be better at, because it's not in my nature, is to be less of a perfectionist and more just about putting things out there. No one's going to remember your first video. At some point, you're going to be on like video number 100 or video number 500 on YouTube. And so at that point, it's not like people really are trying to dig in deep and find your first video. Like, think about the last time you listened to a YouTube channel, like someone introduced you to a channel or you like discovered on the feed. And then you're like, oh, I like this video. And then how many people actually then say, let's dig super deep and go to the very beginning or like all the early videos? Probably not, right? You're probably going to the most recent stuff. So it ends up becoming something that gets buried over time. But the key thing is, like, I'm sure if you go to most of the big successful YouTube channels, their very first videos are probably like whatever, it's nothing to cry, like it's nothing to like take home, it was just whatever. And I think that there's a lesson in that where just like, don't worry too much. Just put something out there. Don't worry about it being clickbaity. Don't worry about it if like only 50 people view it. It's just like all part of a journey. So yeah, you're definitely overthinking it, because I can tell you that's how I was doing it too. I definitely, to this day, I still overthink way too much when it comes to like, how do I put these videos together? And I do genuinely feel like if it's your first year of YouTube, you have the most amount of time to just explore, experiment, and not worry about like videos not performing or anything like that. You're just meant to be trying different things. So at least as long as you're putting stuff out there consistently, because then I think the algorithm will treat you better, because it'll be like, oh, this channel, the Surid, is constantly posting videos and YouTube shorts and posts or whatever. So yeah, I think that's way more important, is quantity over quality when you start out. Because then it's like you're also going to learn about all the little things about like, oh shoot, when I post this kind of video, I can get copyright struck, or this thing, I need to like, there's a whole step here about thumbnails and this, then this I didn't realize before, and like, yeah. So just don't put too much thought into it. And also, if your first video is really shitty, that's also, there's nothing wrong with that, because then at some point when you become super successful, you can always point to that, right? It's like that. I remember seeing that video from Mr. Beast where he was showing like a video from years back when he was first starting, and it was like one of those videos where he's like promising his future self, or it was like a video to his future self of like, you know, his commitment or something. And it was just like a simple, no expensive camera setup or anything, just him talking. And so, yeah, I think that's a nice little nostalgic way to also look back and recap. So there you go. Should I stick with that title, you're asking? I mean, it depends. Is that what you're actually doing? So a day in the life of a 18-year-old trying to escape 9 to 5? Possibly. I would also maybe just ask ChatGPT, because ChatGPT oftentimes is pretty good about these things, about like, you know, what to remove, or it can help you with the logic of like why this should be shorter or longer, things like that. Usually like shorter titles could be better, in the sense of like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just try something like, don't think of a clickbaity title. Just think of like a title that you think actually fits whatever you're trying to convey. And if it's a very artistic title, there's nothing wrong with that either, because again, the chances of your first video going viral or like somehow catching fire with like a crazy number of views, it's like pretty slim to none, just honestly speaking, right? So just worry less about that is what I'd say. Insane Converts, says Idora. Check out my insane bunghole. What is going on here, Kevin? What are you saying here? Oh, you're talking about clickbaity titles? Or what? Insane Converts. Check out my insane bunghole. Yeah, I guess you could try one of those titles too. Listen to Kevin. Listen to Idora Park on titles. Okay, so what I'm thinking is maybe we'll do a zoom out shot instead, because I don't have a good shot of the food. I mean, it could kind of work there, maybe, but it's a bit shaky. So I'm thinking like, maybe what if I start from like roughly like this? Also, because we want to keep this short and sweet, so maybe we can somehow line these up, you know? Let's try. So that means we need to have this zoomed in a bit. No, it's not gonna work. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I think we'll keep the food shot, seeing the preparation, and then when we dig in, I just gotta find a good angle. I guess it could be one of these. Let's see. I just want to show them like doing that, the thing that they do before they eat. So how do we get that food shot? maybe somewhere there. Yeah, I think we can maybe do like some kind of a soft transition between the two. Here it's like a little bit better. So like if we just zoom in slightly on this one. Okay, maybe something like this. And then we'll do like a soft transition there. But yeah, I think we'll start like just until they finish the prayer. I think it was a prayer. I don't know what it is, but up until there. And then maybe just digging in. Yeah, something like this. Okay. And then here we go. Now we're getting the actual cinematic shots. So there's a chance that everything I just did there, we're not going to use a lot of it. Because here we want to prioritize the really clean shots. Where we had the proper camera equipment. Really cool lighting. But we don't want these clips to be super long. Because again, this is like a B-roll shot where we're just kind of doing a montage. So I do want to kind of clip this up in different ways. And again, I have to remind myself the theme is kinship. Kinship. Anything where people are happy, laughing, those are the moments we're going to prioritize. So like that's a cool shot. Everyone's having fun. Okay. Drinking shots, of course. Probably don't need to show them actually drinking. I just need to show when they like clink. Also, I have to be mindful. Some of them, I don't know if I should show all of them actually drinking. Because I know sometimes like there's a religious aspect and like, you know, maybe they're not allowed to drink. But. All right, so this is part of what we show in Act 3, I think. So I don't want to show too much of this, but we do have the other version where she's singing from the other room. So let's look for that. But I still want to look for the shots where they're all like socializing. Stuff like that. So let's cut it from here. Up until there. And then this shot will be for the home shot because the kid's there. All right, this is good. This is a good one for sure. So now we get this new dude performing on the horse fiddle. So I think right there is good. And I just need to look for moments where there's a lot of action going on. So like whether he's like shifting on the guitar. So stuff like that. Let's see. So maybe from here. Okay, that's beautiful. Yeah, because then here we got a lot of head motion. His arms are moving. The guitar, everything is has a little bit of action. Oh, and then here I'm moving towards him, so maybe I should keep that. Let me see. So from roughly here. Unfortunately, you see me in the reflection there, which kind of takes away from it. Okay. Unfortunately, I feel like that moment where I was like moving towards him, I kind of ruined it because then you can see me in the reflection, and I don't have the skills necessary to remove myself easily. And I think it's too distracting to see my face pop up as I'm creeping towards him. So at least this shot here I think is good. He's got facial expressions, he's singing, he's playing on the guitar, moving around, so we'll keep that one. And then let's see other versions here. Same thing, I do know that we have other versions in the other room where he's performing, so we can mix and match. Now we got our boy Aibo here. So we might keep a little bit of that. It's just like an interesting close-up angle, which if we stabilize, and then we'll jump to like a bit farther away. So it's kind of like this interesting tight quarter shots, you know, like with the wide angle lens. We're all like cramped in this like small space with like a bunch. How many people are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There might have been like 10 to 15 people in here, plus like 3 or 4 golden eagles chilling around. So yeah, it's definitely cramped quarters. But everyone's having fun. So let me just keep clipping up a few moments here. Ooh, the moment at the end there I think looks cool. Let's block this. Oh, was that all the songs? Okay, okay. Well, that was the cool album, Take the Crown. Big fan. Big fan. All of it was epic. So, I already have to start thinking about, like, when will I use those soundtracks? But in the meantime, let's also check out Artlist. It's been a while. What do they got for us? Recommended songs. One second. Let's see. Let's go to music. Daily picks. Let's go to the daily picks. Oh, we've downloaded quite a bit already. The Back to School collection. This is just for you, Kristen. All the people going back to school. Light, upbeat songs for informational or explainer videos? Nah. TikTok soundtracks. Okay, let's try our best. Let's do, what is it? Lo-fi. Let's just look up lo-fi. Can't go wrong with that, right? Okay. Peaceful lo-fi beats. Tokyo, chill hip-hop beats. Alright, we're gonna test this album out. It's called Tokyo, chill lo-fi beats. And of course, it's always blasting my ear, Artlist. I do like this though. We're gonna put this in our chill lo-fi playlist. Alright, and we want to keep this part of the song here. Actually, the whole shot, yeah, the whole scene there was really nice. Just anytime we can get these like nice candid feels where everyone's just having a good time. I think this would be an interesting shot. Why not? And I don't know if I want to show all the way till here, because we do have shots of Aibo performing anyway, so maybe it's just more trying to get this smooth shot up until a certain point. Like that. Okay. I need these close-ups. Of course, pouring alcohol, always. Okay, that's a cool moment. So I think maybe we'll show somewhere here. And then we'll cut that. And then we'll just hand it over to, yeah, so then we'll show the shot here. Just because we don't have that much time. But it's nice because he like smiles at the camera. Okay. Drinking shots. Man, yeah, I lost count how many shots they poured out. But we did definitely finish that bottle. This kinship chapter is going to be all these shots of them taking shots. And I'm here for it. Listen, life is better this way, you know? Oh, and then there's one of me. Now the problem is I don't think I had the focus properly done. That's not the worst thing. It's just a quick shot. Yeah, so I think I just want the beginning part. Probably this part here. Yep, that's it, yeah. I don't think I need that part. Just there, cool. And the key thing is I just need a bunch of different angles, so it doesn't feel like I'm just showing the same shots over and over again. So thankfully we now have some new perspectives here. Oh, this is nice. So you get a nice little orbit shot around Aibo here. Okay, that's good. Okay, this is cinematic. Just a little bit of motion, but we see Aibo and the other guys in the back there. I was trying to go for that over-the-shoulder shot like this one. All right, we got this dude again performing. Man, I forget which lens. Can I see what lens I was using? Nope. All right, here you go. We got some more motion shots. So this could be like a potential 2-3 clips in here. So let's put that in. Progress. All right, here we go. So I think we ended up using this in the trailer somewhere. So close up on his face, then we kind of shift down towards his fingers, showing the instrument. Basically, we just need a few moments where we have a close-up of his fingers. So here it's out of focus, but then right there. Okay, so starting here somewhere. And then here, because also we can slow it down, so, you know. Kristen, you said, I like how that shot goes around the table. Oh, yeah. Which one was it? This one, yeah? Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and stabilize it now just to see how it looks. Oh, wait. Someone taught me there's a way to do stabilization in the color tab. Stabilize? No. Okay, never mind. We'll just do it the normal way, and then, so let me just stabilize this real quick. Alright, let's check it out. Yeah, I like it as well. I do like when there's a bit of like physical motion in the shots. So whether it was me moving my camera around or obviously like motion from the subjects. And so that's one thing as we hopefully become better filmmakers, is we learn how to actually move for our shots. So in this case, I think the technical term is called like an orbit shot, where if you have a certain subject and then you're literally orbiting the subject, kind of like the moon around Earth, right? So then as long as you're constantly focusing on that subject, but now you're shifting and rotating around, but while maintaining that focus point, it can have a really nice visual effect. Now the question is, I don't know if I'll play all the way start to finish, because we have limited time to actually put all the B-roll together. So I don't want any of the B-rolls to ever feel too long compared to the rest. But there might be just like, yeah, starting from roughly here maybe. So maybe using this guy as like our starting point. So roughly from here, just having him walk away, and then we either stop around here or we just go up until this point. I'm not sure. But there's definitely some good moments there. We have an orbit from the other section, from the other side. So we had this kind of, we learned the term recently. This is called over the shoulder kind of a shot. So literally, you know, we have this person's shoulder here and we're shooting over his shoulder, hence the name. So then it has a nice way to make the shot look cinematic. We're like showing some depth. We're like sneaking in on the subject in the distance. But then I'm also combining the over the shoulder shot with an orbit shot as I'm like rotating and moving to the left to reveal Aibo over here and just show more of the scene. But like we're like progressing through the story as I move to reveal more. So yeah, we'll probably use some elements of that. And then here's another example of orbit from the other direction using Aibo as the main subject. So I'll probably end up using this for sure because like people are smiling. It just feels like they're having a grand old time. So again, conveying kinship, yes? Oh wait, 1 second. So Photolit, you said that was a long phone call. Yo, have you been back? Have you been on a call this whole time? And I'm not 100% back still. Jeez. Need to clean up after dinner and some other chores. I'll continue lurking, but making sure to leave a comment and interact so Twitch knows I'm lurking and that I'm not a view bot. That doesn't count. Listen, man, thank you for taking those extra steps to support the channel. I do very much appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, no view bots allowed here. Although I feel like my Kick viewers are probably view bots because they're so awfully quiet. I can't remember the last time we heard from one of our Kick chatters. Kristen, said, could you speed that part up from the beginning of that shot to the end? Yeah, of course. So maybe this one is the one you're talking about. Change clip speed. Let's do like 150% maybe. It's not bad. We can probably speed up even more. And then it's just a question of how much do we need to stabilize it with the new speeding effects. Because then if we speed it up too much, it makes the shakes a little bit more noticeable. But yeah, hopefully we can fix it like with our edits. Kevin, you said next week there's PG&E, scheduled maintenance on a power pole. I'll potentially be out of electricity for 9 hours. Damn. What is this song? Christmas Shibuya? No, thank you. Why Christmas? It's only August. I gotta make sure I have some activities prepared, like a long sleep session. Yeah, I had an issue with my apartment, and I didn't know because I spent so much time indoors doing all this. But they had a scheduled water outage. They had to fix some kind of pipe issue. So then when I thought I could go take a shower, nothing worked. All the waters were turned off. So then I had to take a jug, like a gallon water bottle thing that I have, and just try to use that to take a shower. It was annoying. So, yeah, without power though, yikes. Okay, so we listened to this playlist. We only downloaded one song, which is like, you know, it is what it is. What other songs though? Pixels?
Just popping in to say hello. Hope you're having a great day.
Hey, BC. Just FYI, well, thank you for popping in, saying hello, and testing out the dono sounds. You are currently the biggest PP of the week. However, we have gone ahead. I've taken screenshots, so I know everyone's current point system or point totals, but we have actually reset all of the points. So you did end with over 70,000 PPs. However, it has now been completely reshuffled around to 0. But it is what it is. Yes, damn, BC. But the thing is, I am keeping track of it. So I will have an idea of it. But I think unfortunately, I think it wouldn't make sense if I didn't reset it. Because then it allows everyone to feel like, you know. Yeah, so BC, the fact that you got 0. Listen, you got to earn it every week, you know. So technically, Kevin, you're going to be in the lead because I owe you 500 PPs. And your name's on the thing now, so I should be able to find you. Give me a second. Christine said it's a good thing because a good thing BC wasn't auto-corrected to pooping. Oh, what did he say? Did I miss that? Oh, just pooping to say hello. Nice. Yes, you got lucky on that one. I hope my fridge is okay. Yeah, that's one thing. Kevin, maybe you need to get one of those freezer boxes or something just in case. All right, so let me go to my loyalty. So I hit the reset button, which means everyone's information got wiped, which probably is not the best thing because that also means like it was tracking everyone's hours in terms of how long you've been watching the stream and stuff like that. So I have the screenshot of it, but maybe wiping. I don't know. Listen, I'm getting so hung up over a simple point system, but yeah. And here's the other thing I do. I'm gonna add points to all viewers. So actually, no, we're gonna leave it as is. Never mind. But let me give Kevin 500 PPs because he was the first one to type in the chat. So I think what we said is 300 PPs if you're the first one in the chat and to say hello, whatever. And then he also gave some suggestions, which I found very useful. So thank you. Yeah, taking down the Empire. I'm gonna go on PP strike. Nice. Everyone's got a PP though, you know. A new leader has risen. But listen, BC, you are currently on my screen, right? You are our PP leader. I feel like if you're the PP of the, sure you don't feel robbed, while at the same time letting everyone be on the same playing field. So yeah, there's got to be an answer to it. I haven't figured it out, but yeah. I'm glad I'm not on Twitch. I don't want any PPs. Kristen, to be fair, you are also collecting PPs. It is agnostic. We are agnostic to the platform. So no matter if you put in exclamation mark points, it should tell you how many PPs you've collected. But like I said, everything's been reset. Yes, Yobel giveth and Yobel taketh away. It is what it is. This is the world that we live in. But yeah, I also need to figure out, like, can people spend the PPs? Or maybe it's like, if you are the biggest PP of the week, then there's something you can ask of me. You know, we just haven't figured out the details yet. We're like at the cusp of figuring out a really cool gaming system and all that. But also, maybe it shouldn't be for a week at this point then. So it should probably be PP of the month. So it gives us more time to like actually collect as many PPs as possible. And then, yeah, so it will probably turn it back into a PP of the month. So then BC, technically you will be here for the entire month. But yes, this way, hopefully it means everyone can feel more excited. Because the worst case scenario I was thinking through here is like, imagine, okay, let's use BC since he's here. BC is running away with it, okay? BC has, yeah, we'll give you, there should be like a PP of the year where I will actually keep track. Because like I said, I have the screenshots of how many points everyone collected. So there should be like a cumulative award, right? So who's won the most PPs of the month, who has the total amount. But my worst case scenario was like, imagine BC's running with it. He's got like 500,000 PPs. And the problem is he has so many PPs that he can gamble as much as he wants without worrying, right? It's like someone in a game of poker, I guess, who's got so much that they can constantly, you know, call you on your bets kind of a thing. So then it's like no one can really feel like they can match up to the prowess of BC. And then it'll be demotivational to, is that a word? It'll be demotivating to the masses in favor of the one on top. And to me, it's like it's like a government, right? I want to be able to give some entitlements and some ways to kind of help the people at the bottom, and then feeling like the people at the top, there's some you can take away.
PP game strong.
Yes. Thank you very much for the bits. The PP game is strong. Thank you very much, Kevin. Kevin is definitely our bits leader for sure. Yeah, BC, you were kind of there at 70K. Yeah, listen, you were like the billionaire. You're that 1% that everyone talks about, and everyone just looks at you and goes like, this guy's not sharing his PP. What the hell, man? All these people around him, he can give his PP to, and he's not giving it to anyone. Psh, what's wrong with him? So this way, I figure we can even the playing field, give everyone that sense of like, okay, I can be the one this time. So. But yes, hopefully BC, you will take my sincere apology that I had to strip away those PPs from your current system. But keep in mind, it will also motivate all of us to earn them PPs every week or every month. So Kevin says people talk behind your back when they see you with your PP. Yeah, exactly. You know, you don't want to be walking around, you know. Anyways, Kristen. Oh wait. Oh yes, the Hey Dummies. Yes, I'm glad that those stickers are working on the YouTube side as well. Yes, thank you, Kristen, for using that. Let people talk about it. Yeah, you know who I haven't heard from, and since he lost his PPs was Lucky IRL. I haven't seen Lucky or KG in a number of days. Hopefully they're doing well. But yeah, he might have been so demoralized after I think he was also at like 60,000, 70,000, and then just it was gone to zero. So that would have been interesting to see if BC, if you could gamble, like let's say you got to 500,000 PPs, would you be able to do like an exclamation mark gamble 500,000? I'm assuming not, because I know you said you tested it out. There are certain limitations. You said, oh, is that what that one is for? My bad. Oh, the Hey Dumby one. So we reserve that. I mean, I say reserve, but it's a good way to remind me if I'm like, if I don't have the right screen on. So imagine I'm here like in the full screen mode and I'm talking about, oh, look at this beautiful edit that I just did, blah, blah, blah. Then you can throw that into the chat. So then hopefully I'll see that icon pop up real quick and it'll warn me that I'm making a mistake. So yeah, the gorilla. Yeah, the gorilla with the warning exclamation marks, the red flags and everything. So I think the minimum gamble is 10 PP. Oh. Yeah, BC knows the whole system. And so one thing I was saying is like, obviously I want to also then start sharing like all the different ways you can engage in our chat. And we're going to keep exploring. I'm sure like, I know we've like barely scratched the surface. I saw there's something on Twitch where it's like a Pokemon bot where you can catch Pokemon, but it sounded overly complicated, to be honest. Like it seemed like way too much work to like keep track of everything. But the fact that there are these kind of interesting concepts is encouraging. Oh yeah, BC. BC's already, see this? I mean, he would have been motivated anyways. Let's see. Like we know BC at this point. He's committed to the PP. Okay, but look at him. He's already trying to overthrow Kevin. Damn, Kevin, are you gonna take that? BC, there was in one stream where you could type exclamation mark gamble all in. It would risk everything you had. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, there's so much I need to learn about this. Okay, anyways. But thank you, BC, for being here. I think you said you had to go or something. Or did I miss that? What did you say? Just popping in to say hello. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, well, listen, I'm glad you're here. Stay as long as you want, obviously. But always happy to see you here, my friend. As with everyone else that's always here. So thank you. Earn those PPs. Okay, in the meantime, what are we doing today? Yes, so we're going to continue editing. So right now, we actually did get through the Dehancer for the trailer. We're quite happy with it, quite pleased. And we're going to keep improving upon it anyways. Right now, I'm just trying to take all of the clips that, to me, should be used as B-roll to represent the Act 1, which is around kinship. So there's going to be all these shots of us like drinking, the camaraderie, the sociable aspects, them performing, all of that. So these are all the shots. We're still looking through all of them. So all of these are useful. So just a little bit of tuning up the guitar. Why not? Alright, this one's actually better quality than the one we did before. There's a lot more focus, so we'll bring that over. This one has a lot more motion actually though, so let me see. Oh yeah, I think we ended up using this in the trailer, so we should probably use it. And there's a lot going on there in a short amount of time, so a lot of motion. And then one thing I learned, it's taken some time, but like obviously doing these kind of nice focus pulls. So if I could have refilmed this, I would have tried to film this maybe pointing higher up so you can see his face, but starting with the focus on his hands and then just shift the focus softly until it refocuses on his head as he's singing. So, but here I was just going for like these kind of close-up shots. It serves its purpose. BC says there's a few minute cooldown. Yo, BC, I need you to give me all your notes about how the point system works. If you give me all your notes, then I will give you 500 PPs just for the, the knowledge. I feel like you've done all the experimentation there. Okay, I think there's some good shots there, but I would like to move on from this. In the sense that, like, I think we have a decent number of those moments. I just want to see if there's other moments like this, maybe. Oh yeah, or like these kind of selfie moments. Yeah, I think something like that's good. Just a little bit of happiness sprinkled in here. Oh wait, this is what we used. Do we? Oh, I don't know. That was a nice close-up though. But it doesn't last long enough, so I think we're okay. This shot for sure. I know we used this for the trailer. So this one was a nice framing, in my opinion. We were able to get the entire guitar in here, or whatever you call this, a fiddle. Focusing on the hands. I don't know if I ended up focusing here or not, though.
I will always do random things to keep enlarging my PP.
Yo, that voice is interesting. He's gonna sell a course? Yeah. Both still on cooldown. I see. Trying to keep us down. Chrissy says, it's probably difficult to think cinematically when you're drinking and enjoying the time. Probably. But like my whole focus was just on filming everything. But the difference is that I mean, even now, I don't know all the right techniques. It just requires practice. So on this shoot, I was definitely just kind of filming and not really knowing what I'm supposed to film or how to film. I was just trying to capture everything possible.
Hey, baby, I got your PP, don't you worry.
Oh, that song. I know what song you're trying to do there. Oh, wow, okay. Interesting. So the voices knew how to pause after the comma. Okay. Look at you guys. You're getting a double voice sound. Old dirty. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, I mean, the camera that I was using, it's very powerful. It's just more of like, yeah, so it wasn't too difficult. It's just more like I didn't know what I was shooting, or like I'm just filming everything. And at some point you like say, oh, let me try something different, because I have enough film now of like his full body as he's singing. So then it'd be like, okay, well, let me just try to do a close-up. Or maybe I was like, let me switch out lenses and use a different one. I don't know if I ended up doing that or not. I'm assuming from this angle, I was shooting with the 20mm f1.8, because it is fairly wide angle here. I'm able to get the entire instrument. There's decent separation where the focus is on his fingers here, but you can see the face is nice and blurry. So, but like I said, I didn't know. Yeah, because I just did that there, where you see the focus goes from the fingers to the head. But like, now I know this better.
I like my PP to look new and to shine bright. Will you please polish my PP?
I think this voice is called a ghost host. Can you imagine a ghost is haunting you saying these things? Jeez. Yeah. Thank you for testing out our little voice things. But yeah, so I didn't really know how to do this properly, because right now, as I shift focus from the fingers on the instrument to his face, it was a very quick focus pull. Whereas like in your camera settings, you could actually soften and slow down how quickly it jumps focus. So that's how you get that cinematic look, when you see it softly go from the focus in the foreground to the focus in the background without it jumping too quickly. So I usually have it jumping quickly for like the wildlife photography and the wildlife videography, because obviously there it's like the goal is I just need to make sure the subject, if it's moving around quickly, I just need to be able to quickly jump to a certain point and hit the focus, and it jumps to that focus point. But for like cinematic stuff like this, I think it's better if you play with like a softer.
Welcome, foolish mortals, to the Haunted Mansion. I am your host, your ghost host.
Yo, why did it sound so good? Wait, is this a movie reference, I'm assuming then? And like, did the voice dono know to sound like the actual phrase, if it's a phrase that it actually pulled from? Because the way he said that whole sentence there, or the two sentences, it sounded very like immaculate. That was great. Yeah, what is that movie? That's from The Ride? The Ride? The Disney ride?
there are 999 happy haunts here, and there's room for 1,000. Any volunteers? One time, at band camp, I showed my PP to my camp counselor.
The Haunted Mansion. Man, you guys are having way too much fun over here. But thank you. It's entertaining. The Haunted Mansion? Wait, this is a Disney ride. Like Disney in California? Or what's the one? Disney World or Disneyland? Either way, I don't think I've ever been on that ride. It's been a while. Dun, dun, dun. So now I do know I want to get a shot of this lady when she was performing. And so when we have that shot where she's refusing to perform, this will be the shot right after. So it's like, no, I don't want to play. Boom, here she is playing. So let's see. Maybe we'll try the over the shoulder one again. Just like that. Both, says BC. World and land. I live in Orlando, I would know. Gotcha. Nice. It does sound like the Haunted Mansion, right? Have I heard of this Haunted Mansion? Is it like not based off of a Disney movie? Do they just make rides without it being referencing like an actual Disney film? Or is the Haunted Mansion like an actual Disney thing I didn't know about? I had annual passes to Disney World. Yeah, Kristen, with, was it 7 kids, 8 kids? I figure that has to be like a part of it. I would assume Disney should give you a huge discount. They should let you go to Disney World for free. After you can provide evidence that you have more than 5 kids. Yo, what's up, Espionage? Hello, welcome. Good to see you on here. Espionage, yes. Welcome. Happy Thursday. Happy 45th. Happy, is it really? Yes. Happy 45th day of me streaming every day without missing a beat. How crazy is that? Now, I did mention it earlier in the stream. I will eventually have to, I think I'm going to be taking about a week off coming soon. I don't know exactly when, but in a few days from now, I think I have a film project that will take me out of the house for quite a bit of time. So I don't know if I'll be able to stream for like 5 to 7 days or so. Does this mean that my streak ends? No, I don't think it should. Because listen, I'm not streaming because I'm lazy, right? It's more like I'm out of pocket. So I might still continue the streak by saying, you know what, it just doesn't feel as good though. Damn it. Yeah, so unfortunately I will have to break the streak because we do have some real life projects that I have to take care of that will take me away. We'll get to it when we get to it. Like, after I come back from whatever project, can I still, let's say tomorrow, if the project starts tomorrow and it takes 1 week, when I come back, will I be allowed to put on my next stream title, day 46, and then say like, you know, well, at that point I can't say 46 days in a row. So I lose a little bit of that luster, right? Damn, it's gonna suck when we have to break that. Especially because it's not breaking it because I'm lazy. It's like, oh, I have to break it because I'm literally gonna be away from the computer. Maybe I can just turn on the stream for like just for a few seconds wherever I am, so that I can continue the streak. We'll see. BC, you put a YouTube link here. Man, that would be dope to have song requests in exchange for PP. Yeah, of course. Listen, if you guys have suggestions for how you guys can burn through the PPs, do let me know. We were on Dig Photo Inspirations Twitch channel, and he had the thing, and I need to do this on Twitch, where you can use your Twitch channel points to basically if you want someone to edit one of your if you want him to edit one of your photos, so you can exchange some of the points for that. And if you donate enough, he will sing karaoke. Now, that's not something I can commit to, per se, although we do have this beautiful mic, but yeah, maybe we can do some suggestions, you know? I'm not sure what, but that'd be fun. Now, you know what?
H to the is O, V to the is E. for shizzle my nizzle used to dribble down in VA.
They should have a Will Smith voice sound. That'd be great. I did just put a link in here, and you guys should see it like dedicated on the screen now, but it's my Ko-Fi link. So I forget whose stream I was looking at where I was introduced to Ko-Fi, but yeah, I think Ko-Fi will ultimately be BC, you gave me that idea. Yeah, BC, I shout out to you. I mentioned that the idea about editing. Exactly. So we've mentioned a few times, but shout out to BC. And what I mentioned to you, BC, though, was like, instead of taking your idea though fully, I ended up adding it to the Ko-Fi link. So right now, what I have in the Ko-Fi is like, it's essentially now my new Patreon, my new tipping page, as well as it has links to like my presets, which you can purchase, as well as a section about commissions. And so I thought like, oh, instead of like a commission, because I don't have anything to commission, let's say, I could do a thing where if you like do a tip of $3 or more, then it could be the same concept as what BC had mentioned, where, you know, give me a photo and I'll edit it fully and then provide it to you back. But I figure I can do that with the channel points as well. The PPs as well, why not? You know, it's harder for me to kind of track everything. But at the very least, BC, because you are the PP of the month, like, yeah, there should be different types of awards like that. So I do need to spend some time to create that as a Twitch channel points reward. And I don't think Kick has that as a concept anyway, so. And then Kristen, we'll make it part of the PP system as well, since I know you're not on the Twitch side of things. So we can make it so you can burn through the actual points you earn universally through our system here. And then, yeah, we'll come up with some fun stuff. Kevin, he said, oh wait, there's a YouTube link someone sent. Let me see it. BC sent a YouTube link. Oh, okay. Am I going to get burned for this? Listen to the frightfully fun soundtrack of this Disneyland park class. Yeah, BC, I'm not going to play this because anything that has Disney in it, I know for a fact these guys will hunt you down. Even for like the half second I just played, I'm sure there's a lawyer out there right now just typing my name in to sue me. But I got you. There's like some Haunted Mansion thing. I lived in Central Florida for 16 years with my first 3 kids. Gotcha. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I have some friends who live in Florida. It seems like a nice place to be. Weather-wise, and Miami. Although, I don't know, is Miami considered like a little bit too much these days? Is it like very expensive and stuff? Espionage says, happy Thursday. How long have I been asleep? Well, I don't know. You tell us. Is it Thursday? No, it's Tuesday. Wait, did I say happy Thursday? Okay, I'm losing my mind now. But if I said happy Thursday, let me go ahead and recorrect to, well, let's correct it to happy Tuesday, August 26th. Keep my wife's name. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we need a Will Smith. We need a Will Smith one. Man, I'm a big fan of Will Smith. I think he's gone a little too much on the cringe side of late, but, you know, man, iRobot, still one of the best. And of course, Fresh Prince. Look at the link I sent. Oh yeah, BC, I clicked on the link, but then I'm too afraid to play it. I have old junk to raffle. A book about design, maybe a Keychron keyboard. Nice. Twitch strikes are insane if they're docking that strict. To be fair, I haven't been struck by Twitch as of now, but YouTube has been like almost like every week for sure. I get like something. And it's not like the worst thing. It just means I have to end up trimming that from my actual VODs. Or I can dispute it. So I'm disputing one right now, but yeah. Christine said, it's shit and you couldn't pay me to live there again. Okay. I was trying to be nice. I don't know. I've never been to Florida, but I know a few of my friends live in Miami, so. Bro, I'm like 0 out of 8, last 8, LMAO. Yeah, you gotta talk to BC about that. I don't know. Let me gamble 100. Do I have 100? Let's see. Yo, I just won. I won 200. Okay, so if you roll over a 50, it seems like you can double your points. And then the higher you get to 100, I don't know what the multiplier effect is, but I know it's like at least triple or whatever. Nice, I won something. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah. Let me bother my cat real quick. Alright, we're going to do the claw machine again. 1 second. So basically, I'm trying, I'm looking at my OBS screen to see if I can get this properly done. I want to see if I can actually accurately claw his head. Let's tilt more this way, I think. Oh, wait, let's go full screen. What am I doing? Oh, wait, no, I can't do it full screen. Okay. I need a claw machine OBS screen. Okay, I think this is probably good. Left a bit more. Let's reassess based on my shadow. Something like this. Alright, here we go.
Ooh, you touched my tra-la-la.
Oh, I missed. Try again. Damn it, I missed. Dude, it's so hard. I can't get the perspective right. Alright, let's see from here. Claw machine out. Dropping in 3, 2, 1. There we go. I got him. I gotcha. Man, if anyone doesn't have pets, I highly recommend it. Especially cats. They get annoyed so easily, but then it's like they know. I feel like they know that you are their keepers, that you are the source of food. So then they just tolerate. Yes, that sound at that moment, I just burst out laughing. Nice, nice. Wait, should we change voice donos though? I feel like as much as I'm enjoying that one, we have so many others that we need to check out. Let's go to our little ChatGPT. Where are you? Where's my ChatGPT? There you are. Hello, Ember. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can hear you just fine. And I've got you covered on the PP question too. Let's dive in.
I forgot about that question. Sorry. Can you tell me what are you talking about?
Oh, no worries at all. You were asking about how to handle your stream's point system. Basically, whether to let folks keep racking up points indefinitely or do a weekly reset to keep things competitive. But if you're shifting gears or need something else, just let me know.
Gotcha. Okay, I totally forgot. Yes, you're talking about the PPs. Yes. Yes, we do love the PPs out here. And we are actually regaining it. So as an FYI, we did go ahead and reset the PPs. So everyone is back to a level playing field. So there's no demoralization, let's say.
We've got $1. We've got $1. We've got $1. Hey, hey, hey.
That sounds like
hey.
a great call. This way, everyone's got a 4 shot each time, and it keeps things exciting and fresh. So I think you made a pretty good decision.
Well, thank you. Listen, if I could give you PPs as well, I would. But I don't think that's built up. I don't think that's how it works.
I appreciate the thought anyway. If I could collect virtual PPs, I'd happily join in on the fun, but I'll just cheer you and your viewers on from the sidelines.
All right. Okay, I did have a serious question though, and I'm forgetting about it with this new discussion. Oh yeah, could you please choose a random TTS monster voice for us?
Absolutely. I'll pick one at random for you. Let's go with the Geralt voice, just to add a bit of that fantasy flair to the mix.
Okay, but we have used the Geralt voice in the past, so is it possible if you can choose a new one for us?
Of course. Let me pick a fresh one for you. How about we go with the Morgan voice this time? That should give you something new to try out.
No, we actually used the Morgan voice as well. Can you try again?
Absolutely. Let's try another one. This time, let's go with the Jazz voice. That should be a new vibe and hopefully something you haven't tried yet.
Okay. What is this? A jazz voice. Okay. Jazz. Save. Okay, let me update my TTS monster. Refresh cache. There we go. Okay. So it should now be updated to something called Jazz. So enjoy, guys. I have to get going. Have a great rest of your day. Kristen, thank you very much for being here. Hopefully you have a beautiful rest of the day. I appreciate your presence. And enjoy. Can you rap the Fresh Prince song? Yeah. Maybe if you donate enough money, we'll do that. Yeah. Listen, I don't do that for free, okay? BC won some PPs. Oh, you touched my tralala? Yeah, that sounded at that moment. There we go. I'm surprised I don't have a cat laying on me right now. Yes, cats make the world go around. All right. So Kevin is still on the winning board with 680 PPs. But Kevin, you got to be mindful. BC is very committed to this, all right? So while it does look like BC is behind, he has, for instance, doubled his PPs just like that. So you gotta stay on top of your A game. You think you're on top of the mountain? Doesn't last long. Okay, let's see. I want to capture this moment where, yeah, this part. So last time, I guess we reversed this portion, and I think there's no reason why we don't do the same thing. Let me drag this over here. This could be a nice moment as well. So let's cut from here. Okay. Let's delete these guys. Oh, nice. We get a close up. Probably that part right there. So we don't need all of this. We just need something from maybe here. So then it shifts from the focus there to her face. I think that's good. And then maybe, yeah, this might be too much. So obviously we're not going to be able to use all the clips. This is nice. She's looking over at the camera and smiles. Oh, and then clapping. Yes, let's get the clapping in there. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, and then we got some time-lapse shots. Although this one kind of feels like homestead. I feel like this is more home vibes. So, you know what? Yeah, we'll leave this for the home. But these ones are more kinship. Yeah, so we'll leave these ones for the home chapter. And then the big question is, where's that one? Oh yeah, so we had this whole scene that I captured when we went back into town. And my thought was like, I'm not going to be able to use any of it because it just didn't fit nicely into our video. However, now that we've changed things up, I wonder if we can use it. Kevin said hello because he was going to stop by and he's here like a degen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Kevin. BC was just here to say hello. And then the moment he realized them PP has been gone, the rules have changed while he was away. Now he's like, how dare you? And here he is. It's called dedication. It's called dedication. Okay, so these scenes, I'm wondering, like, initially we weren't going to use any of them because I didn't know how to fit that into the story where it's like, oh, you know, hey, we went into town and this random event, which I still don't know what it was about, but here we are just enjoying the company, blah, blah, blah. It didn't make sense. Can I make it make sense now? I don't know, because it is still very, very different. It's like we went from like being in the remote location, so all of a sudden we're inside of like this party vibes. So even then, I don't know, even though this is like really in the vibes of kinship, right? You're seeing them having fun, playing around. But also the quality of the footage isn't the best anyways. These are all just taken from my iPhone. So since I was 13. But like a shot like this would be nice, you know, because it So even if we don't use this at the even if we don't use it in the main chapters, maybe I use it at like the farewell chapter, or like the or like in the rolling credits or something. Yeah. Okay. So we will. I want to maintain it somehow, because any of these kind of nice moments where everyone's just like, yeah, that's a nice moment. So. Since I was 13. BC says it's called I was robbed. Yes. So I do what comes natural to me, work harder. Yeah, I mean, like, who are you gonna report me to, you know? It's like, I was robbed. Please help me. It's like, oh, what'd they steal from you? My peepees. Well, that sounds illegal. Oh man, when I look at this food, I do get super hungry again. This is delicious. Whatever this like doughy thing was, it did such a good job of soaking up all of like the beef or this meat stew and the marination, whatever, like the fatty oils. Yeah, it was delicious. And the potatoes and everything mixed in. Okay, so I guess, yeah, we won't use any of these shots. Except for that one I was just pointing out. So let's just drag this over, just in case. Okay. All right, I think we have identified all the clips for that one chapter. I still need some butter chicken and naan. Yo, BC, I've been eating butter chicken for the past like 4 days, I think. Because I bought some, and then again, because that butter chicken sauce is so powerful, like in terms of leftovers, it lasts a long time. I just need a few spoon scoops of the sauce, like 1 or 2 of those pieces of chicken, and I can have that with like a full bowl of rice. Oh wait, did I not include these shots? Oh, it's over here. Okay. All right, so we've finished round 2 of our filtering system, but we have way more to go. Basically, we filtered it to this whole section here, and it needs to somehow fit from here to there. So we need to cut this into like 1/3 of the size. So we have to get rid of 2/3 of the clips that we've identified here. So the culling must continue. Alright, in the meantime, I wanted to listen to more music though. This thing only has 2 songs? Alright, it's only 2 songs. Let's listen to it.
жүзінде аударылған дүние жүруші едік тойлап тұрғын белбеу бір байлап неге сабаққа жіберіңіз айтасың әлде естіп келген
Oh, my second cat is coming over here, or my first cat, I guess. She's very adorable. She before she jumps onto my lap, usually what she'll do is she'll like put her paw out and just tap me on the leg, and as if to just like get permission, like, hello, do you see me, sir? Can I hop up there? And here she comes. Good girl. Ooh la la. Good girl. Yes. You want to sing into the mic? 1 second, Nala. Whoops. Alright, what do you have to say, Nala? We got the ASMR. Yes, Nala. Yes, yes, good girl. Okay, anyways, so there's Nala. Has she been on the stream today? I feel like she's just been in hiding for most of the time. So there we go. Welcome to Nala on the lap and Kimbap in the bed. What the heck just happened? Wait a second. What did I miss here? Hold on. BC said, okay, at one point BC, wait, what just happened? BC went from he won 288, then he gambled it, doubled it, then he was in second place, but Kevin was still up at 685. But then oh no, Kevin. It's an unlucky number to have tried to gamble there. Because think about it, Kevin, if you had gambled 333 and you won, that would have been 666, okay? So you just cursed yourself on that one. And just like that, Kevin is now second. BC is daddy back on top, dude. Oh man, dedication. I respect it. I respect the hustle. Let's listen.
That is back on top.
Oh yeah, we changed it to a jazz voice. Actually, that was quite fitting to have that voice say that. So there you go. Well, congrats, BC. You're proving that it's not luck. It is all skill. All right, let's move this one over here as well. All right, so actually I was wrong. It's not 1/3 that we need to keep. It might be like we're only keeping maybe like 1/5 or 1/6. Because basically where this marker is up until here basically is all we can fit in. Which is good news. Like I don't want to... We want to be selective with B-roll that makes it. So what does this mean though? It probably means I need to start looking at which shots. Let's start categorizing. And let's speed these up 3,000%. All right, everyone, have a great rest of the day. I'm off on my 5-hour drive to Reno. Well, damn, that's a long drive. Enjoy, stay safe. Make sure, I don't know. Are you driving by yourself? Well, either way, definitely stay safe and enjoy that ride. But thanks for being here, Espionage. Enjoy however long you're there and whatever you do there. I'm assuming you're going to gamble at some point if you're in Nevada somewhere. Gamble safely. Do not actually talk to BC if you want gambling tips. Don't talk to Kevin. All right, the songs here are okay. It's just okay. So now what I want to do is I just want to listen to all of these songs again from Take the Crown. There we go. You said I might play pinball, no gambling. All right. Either way, enjoy. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you whenever I see you, but thank you. Okay, shoot. I don't know what to do here. There's I'm a bit overwhelmed. So I think the simplest thing for me to do is maybe just categorize all the drinking shots together and all the time-lapse shots together. So these are some of the drinking shots. Let's move the time-lapse shots over to their own section. Oops. And then let's prioritize the cinematic shot. So all the iPhone stuff, maybe we'll put it towards the back. Any motion shots, I will prioritize though. So that shot was good. Just a lot of motion in there, different angle. But shots like this, maybe we need to deprioritize. This one I might keep though, just, you know, shows me waving. So it's like a nice little intro thing. So we might even start with this one. All right, let's listen to the music here real quick. Okay, I think that's a good starting point. If needed, we can start the B-roll a little bit earlier, but I figured I kind of wanted to stay on this screen for a little bit because we have some nice moments when they're all singing. It looks decently cinematic, and then I need some filler space where I can add in some subtitles to provide the context of what's about to happen for the rest of this episode. So we need that extra space in here before we kick into the B-roll. Okay. Let's start organizing. So I might deprioritize these shots because like it's in a completely different environment. This one's just a cool shot. I just don't know how to maybe... Okay, maybe I don't show me in the beginning. Maybe it's like an ending shot if need be. But I think this one might be a better one to start with. Okay, so the drinking shots. Singing shots are good, but we want the highest quality looking stuff. So these are the food shots. Not that one. This one for sure, when she's refusing to perform, and then jump to her performing. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, maybe we start with this. Could be one. We just need a montage of like all the drinking that happened. Drinking shots, eating shots, singing shots. Okay, there we go. It should be drinking, eating, singing. So I need to convey all three of those in mini themes, let's say, within this song.
Жарамайды өлең сөзбен бастайын наз насихат не ойда Отыр қолым биылдай қолда жоқтың қиын-ай ұстараның жүзіндей аударылған дүние-ай Жүрушеді той-тойлап жалын белбеу бір байлай әттей іздеп келгендей сөйлесе
So this is the eating part.
Отыр қолым биылдай қолда жоқтың қиын-ай ұстараның жүзіндей аударылған дүние-ай Жүруші едік той-тойлап тұрғын белбеу бір байлап Неге самақ жіберіңіз айтырмыз әркей іздеп келген
Okay, it's coming together. It's coming together, guys. Okay, I have a thought. And the thought is, not to be so dramatic with the song right now, but it's 10 p.m. my time, and I've been mentioning there's a bunch of things I'm trying to take care of off stream. We have a few projects underway that I'm juggling. So part of me thinks like maybe this is a good time for me to call it the end of the stream. So hopefully that means I can go to sleep a bit earlier. And then tomorrow's a super long day of like taking care of a bunch of super important things. But then we should be able to stream normal hours again. So like 4 or 5 p.m., something like that. Till probably 10 p.m. to maybe midnight. I'm not sure. But we have a few looming deadlines of some projects coming up. So, yeah, I think, you know, today's been a very, very fun stream. Thank you guys. But I think this is probably where we should say thank you and good night, that kind of thing. But actually, let me just point over to my camera here with my cat. Look at this little guy. Oh, you can see both my cats. Where is she chilling? Look at the two of them. Nice. Hey, Kimbap. Kimbap. Gimme, gimme, Kimbap. Alright, we're gonna try one more. I'm gonna see if I can do my little cat claw thing. Let's see how accurate I can be. We'll start from this view. This will help me. Okay, and I feel like I need to lean more this way, maybe? So let's say, I think this should be good. Alright. Let's see how accurate I am. Let's go to the cat camera. 3, 2, 1, drop. Shit. I missed. Oh, but I should get it now if I do the exact same thing, because now he's moved his head. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, drop. What? Dude, why am I so bad at this? Alright, I'm gonna shift a little bit to the left. Like this, yeah, okay. How's it looking here? It looks like I'm gonna be off. Like this? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, drop. Yeah! Got him. Got him. Good boy. Okay, that was fun for me. Alright, what's going on here with the PPs? Results BC is at 12:10. Yo, Kevin, you gotta step up your game there. Holy shite. BC #1. Well, listen, BC, maybe this is another reason I need to call an end to the stream. Otherwise, you're gonna run with it, okay? No, I appreciate it. You should run as fast as you want. Gamble it all away, right? Also, keep in mind, look, Kevin, even if BC is the biggest PP of the month, although right now it says PP of the week, but it should be for the month, we do see that Kevin is being displayed on my screen right now. Idora Park is our stream boss. So that was a fun little thing that we played around with. So there's a concept of a stream boss. So right now, for instance, you see the HP is now 1700. I think the last stream boss was myself, and it was for 1500 HP. And then basically every time someone donated bits, tiered memberships, things like that, it would drop the HP, and basically we were fighting against the stream boss. And so Kevin Idora was the last one to do something that caused me to drop to 0 HP. So now he's become the new boss. And he also has 200 HP added on top. So each boss gets incrementally more powerful, let's say. So Kevin, you are still technically a stream boss, whereas BC is the stream PP. Oh, there goes my cat wanting to hang out over there. Okay, guys, but with all of that said, I think today's been a fun stream. I think this is where I probably should say good night at 10, almost 10:30 p.m. Have maybe a quick meal, go to sleep early, and then we got to do this all over again tomorrow. So thank you guys for being here. I will be on day 46 tomorrow. 46 days in a row. Let's just let that simmer for a second. 46 days. All right. Simmer, simmer, simmer. Butter chicken is coming up for me, so that's another good reason to end the stream.